everybody. Right, this is one of those awkward situations where I give a general announcement of there were a couple of technical issues. The first one primarily starting at minute 15 and going to around minute 23. This guy forgot to unmute everyone else, so all you hear is me talking to the wind, pausing, and then replying. Then the internet cut out a few times as well, so little jumble, but we do everything we can to keep up and work around those issues. Thank you for understanding, and do enjoy. Hello, everybody. What is up? I hope you all can hear me. It's been so long since I've been in this seat. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I think. For the most part. Okay. Hi, I'm back. So that means I'm back into the DM seat and we're going into Tales of Andrea. Very exciting. But first, there are a few fun little announcements to do. Let's go through the week and we'll get to them when we do. Tuesday, well, Monday, as always, we're closed. Tuesday, Von, still going mad?
Oh, we've gone mad. We're going further into the madness. We beat Candace, except for stage 5, but stage 5 is DLC. But we beat Candace, so now we have her mom.
Okay. That's what game?
Crypt of the Necrodancer.
That one. Crypt of the Necrodancer. It's at 1 o'clock Tuesdays. Fun stuff. And Wednesdays is playing with Mutts. Back to Mutts, because I'm back. We're bouncing back into Valheim. We're going to do stuff, get stuff done. It's going to be great. That's going to be at 5 MDT. And Thursday, Skeptical Raccoons are back inside the seat playing some Keyforge at 4:05. I need to confirm that. Keep an eye on our socials. It's all posted up there. And then Friday, Hate, Laugh, Love.
Yes, the show where we bring in a secret movie and we have a guest of panels. The person bringing in the movie is the DM, Murray. And why don't you announce, because I didn't announce the last time I did announcements, so you announce who the guests are going to be for this week's episode. Do you remember?
I know who the guests are.
That's not it.
Oh, no, he doesn't remember. Folks, these are his friends.
There we go. Okay, so...
I said I got it, bro.
There we go. So, I do have two guests coming in. One of them's my friend, Gabzinator. That's Skeptipolis's wife. You might have seen her time to time, but she's joining us in the panels. She's going to be helping with the whole critique and whatnot of the film. And she introduced me to the wonderful Oliver Blakemore, who is a published author with the books City Song. It's good stuff. And there's a link inside chat now with his Twitch. It's kind of empty, so you can find him on Twitter as well. And he's more active on Twitter, I've seen that already. But they'll be joining us for Hate, Laugh, Love, and that's going to be at 5, yeah?
Yes, 5 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. It is the last episode of Sci-Fi July, and it is the first regular episode of the show this month because the DM has been gone. So, come join us. It's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, that's it.
Fun. And then after that, Tea Time with Murray's actually moving. It's going to go to a different day. I believe it's going to be for now the odd days of Thursdays with the off weeks of Skeptical Raccoons. It'll be going then. And the good old Ben, who was a guest during Ethan's one-shots that he did while I was away, he's going to be starting up his own little show called The Benzanza. The Bonanza. The Bonanza. There we go. I always say it wrong the first time round. But they're going to be talking of retro games and other things there and in between, things that kind of have been lost to time, and it diving into just some fun chit-chat. Very loose end podcast type chit-chat where we all just sit around and talk about a fun thing he brings to the table each odd week. So it's going to be taking place of Tea Time with Murray and going every other Friday at around 6.
Thursday.
This one's on Friday. Tea Time with Murray's is going to Thursdays.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So that's going to be a bye-week too. Schedule's changing, folks.
Woo! Fun stuff. Just the time to do it as we're ushering in another month. Yay.
Right?
Yeah. And it's Saturday. I'm going to be doing something different, trying to finish up Iredai, because that's getting more relevant and important, and it should be finished.
Wolftopia.
Running out of time.
Yeah, running out of time. So, that'll be happening. That's this week. Couple of changes. Keep an eye on the socials. That's where it's easier to keep track of things. I don't have anything else. If you all don't, I think we should just get started.
Oh yeah.
Time to wipe the party.
It is open, my friends. Battles have yet to begin. Laughter will be heard in gales and floods, if not at least there will be blood. The sorrow and loss may abound. We'll do our best to hold this hallowed ground.
Welcome back to Andrea. So, little quick recap on everything that's kind of happened while you've been here. We're going to just speed through it. The group, part of Quaylands, landed in a place called Reclory and Danira, where they didn't even spend a single day to enjoy any of the festivities, so they took the liberties of joining someone else who was travelling to the other rivaling nation of Lebon, and travelled with him instead. They had a little troubles, learned about high season, the differences of days and how they can change, ended up in Vul, got in a little trouble. Sailed up the sea, Steve got kidnapped, they went to Mardrim, got in trouble. Eulandriel had to get busted out of jail, where they went into the Dark Forest to meet with the Harpies to rescue Steve. They met a crazy Iron Golem thing, killed it, rescued Steve, made a deal with the Harpies, fun stuff, and then travelled around Mardrim, not trying to go back into it again, to head to Yarp, where they met Lady Galani and Willian and Larson. They agreed with Lady Galani to possibly help her with something to redeem their name in Reclory, because it's gotten pretty bad. They went up north, raided a tomb, found a thing. Lady Galani came back down with them all. They tried to keep the thing from the collectors. They met a wonderful turtle named Averin, who kind of learnt about a few things and learned what they were going to claim that they found and what they would not claim that they found. He reported to Larson. Larson got very upset that they were keeping things from the collection, the collectors, the collective. There we go. Collectors is Mass Effect. And then from there, they got in a little trouble, got caged, stuff happened, left, went to Nutra, met Wisp. Wisp helped them with stuff, met again with Blood Zizi. They helped them with stuff. Met old people, ran into Leaf again, who they met. Leaf is a person that Anubis was looking for, by the way, not full in rundown, or a lot of information. And then they went to Drumnar, met with the High Priest, and now they are traveling to Lethrom for another type of festival thing that's going on, that's being held in the wake of the peace talks about to commence again. Where we left off... Thank you, sir. Where we left off was them in front of a strange individual dressed in a fun-looking robe that was dark in some places but vibrant and coloured in others, as a strange way, wearing a porcelain smiling mask. He's looking down at them all. It's very strange. Maguses are hard to come by. What brings you here? Yes. I think they'll trade finely for my arts. My crafts are quite wonderful. I am Carson Longrow.
We're heading into the city. If you like, you can come alongside us.
Of course. It's always better to travel in groups. He ushers his horse on and begins moving at the pace of a carriage, which is easy for you all to keep up with. Zorai, you're out of sight of them, but Steve is flashing you images of what's kind of going on, and you start getting images of them moving along with the individual in the cart, kind of keeping the speed of the cart, which is slower. Okay, you get to the point. You get to the point where you can see them. Give me a perception check to see if you can hear any of the stuff that's going on. Nice. Very good. You can. Okay. The cart is moving now. Whether or not you've all started to go with it is entirely up to you.
Precipice keeps up and keeps up conversation with Carson as well.
As this happens, can I roll an insight as I'm walking alongside this one?
Go for it.
It's 22.
His tone is very solid in the fact that it doesn't really give anything off. So you take a look and try to check out his features, and everything's hidden. You can't see any of his skin. He's not twitching or moving advertently with anything. The only thing that moves is his head as he glances in between everyone. You can tell he's glancing between people because of the direction of the mask. It is very deliberately examining and going through each party member. Anubisai, Prologue, anything particular you two are doing? You give me a perception check. You cannot see.
Secondarily, Prologue would like to come up alongside Carson Are you Carson, the tattooist from Yarg?
Before you ask that, I'm going to quickly ask what Anubisai, what are you doing? Anything in particular? Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Upon your question, Brolog, his head moves over and glances. Yes, that would be me. That is one of my stations. I tend to spend at least 30 or so days between, as much as I can. Oh. His hand moves out fluidly and offers out to accept the coin. Well, that is generous of you. Thank you.
This dude gives me the fucking creep.
He kind of scoots on the chair, on the wagon, and says, "There's room for one more if anyone would like to get off their feet." climb on in this moving cart. In fact, give me an athletics or acrobatics check. It's very swift and fluid. It's almost as if Brolog's used to this kind of terrain, like he grew up in mountains. But you hop on in. The cart kind of sways a little under your weight, and the horse goes. Oh, yes, he is much heavier. It's all right. You're strong. You can do this, I know.
Skepty says he can't hear anyone.
Oh, I had no idea. Awkward!
Wait,
Dialogue missed. That's fine, not much.
Okay, cool.
That's
I give a
terribly.
quick recap.
Quick recap. They're traveling with Carson. You caught everything on their
Carson.
end. They did insight checks. Perception checks. Brolog didn't see any tattoos. Elandriel didn't really learn much about him. And Zorai staying close by, Anubis in the front of the cart. But it's still within earshot. They're both still within earshot. Okay. Awkwardness aside. Thank you, Skepti.
Mm-hmm.
Rollog would like to engage Carson in conversation about tattoos in general and how they bring.
Well, you see, you take a point, either a needle or a hammer. There are some devices. He starts giving you a very inept description of how tattoos are put onto people and the shapes that they're used and different kind of styles. This will go on for quite a while.
Rollog is very interested. Gives him an encouraging alongs the way.
It takes about 4 hours before he gets to the point of, and that's been my experience so far.
What is the most glorious tattoo you've ever given?
Well, that would depend. What do you mean by glorious?
An excellent question. In complexity and size.
Oh. Well, the one I just gave was pretty good. Very large. Very fun effects. But I must say it was probably my own. Took a while to do. And a little configuring to work more appropriate with my style.
Could you elaborate? I don't understand.
I don't know if I can.
What did the one that you just did look like?
Oh, just a series of lines, much like your friend's face. But all over, covered his
Suicide does not have any tattoos.
Oh. Only Anubis size, your friend. I don't know who that is.
There in the front.
Ah. I apologize. I don't know what yours is either. You never introduced yourself.
I'm Brolog.
And the one with the markings on his face.
I'm going to roll a perception to see if I'm even paying attention.
Or just still staring at the map.
Also, Praspidus would now like to be the one rolling an insight. And I'm going to use a superiority dice with this.
13.
Tactical assessment.
Nice, nice. You're 13. You can hear it.
Okay, I say without looking up from the map. Irlandriel.
It's a very strange tattoo to receive.
Oh, it's
Who
not.
received it?
Oh, that would be General Tinathir.
25 for my insight.
You- What do we... Is General Tinathir a mighty warrior?
I haven't seen anyone as proficient with a blade as him.
As I roll up the map, I'm going to ask, is he a follower of Eshnar?
No.
I don't wonder why I got the tattoos. Say as I put the map back in my pack.
I'm confused.
I'm just going to be like, yep.
Von, I'm not just going to type it out. I'm actually just going to tell you what your insight had was a
La, 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 la.
he's curious to Yolondriel, but you don't have, there's nothing malicious coming from this guy.
Then I am going to, for the rest of the walk, probably be reading the herbalism tome and looking at whatever plants are alongside the road that might be herbalistic. Just passively.
Okay. What's your passive perception?
14.
14. There's a few plants that might seem similar. Like from your understanding of nature at this point, having studied this tome for quite some time, some of them they might look like they're within the same family.
I'm getting a better understanding.
While moving along, Carson looks at you, Brolog, and asks, "The one on your forehead. That's new. What does it do?"
It is. I suppose depends what you mean by do, I suppose. It
Wow.
speaks of holiness, but it also has what I would call a magical effect. I do not know what you would call it.
Well, that is what I would call it.
Excellent. It makes my hands stronger, magically enhanced.
Interesting. I think I might have a few like that.
Oh, really?
Oh, of course. That's what makes me such a good tradesman here. They're always fascinated by what they don't understand. And they don't understand magic. The job I just did on General Tanathir, he paid 250,000 platinum. Oh, gold, excuse me. Gold. He paid in
I was
platinum.
about to be like,
He paid in platinum, but that's the gold value. I do that at times.
Let me ask you something, Carson. Do you consider yourself socially inept?
No, I think
Coming
I'm
from
quite good with
Brolog.
people.
Oh,
Prologue socially inept to the point where he doesn't realize he's socially inept.
I think the same of myself, but some people seem to think that I
That
am.
we're awkward.
Yes.
I agree. There's been a few times I've been told that.
Yes. I thought as much. Well, I like you, Carson, and the cut of your giblets.
He kind of shift. This is like one of the first times you really see his body shift in this way, but he shifts to face you a bit more. And that smiling porcelain mask looks up at you and says, I kind of like you too.
Excellent.
He shifts back around, and you hear the horse going. She's not too sure about you still, but that's all right. You'll grow on her.
Yes. Yes. Burlock doesn't say anything else.
Little time further, Zorai, you would see this first. The hill that you're currently popping over, it's getting closer towards the end of the day. The sun is beginning to set, and you see the beginnings of tall structures. Let me just change this music, because this is not right. Tall structures, and then this large wall, and then an outer wall. This magnificent city growing in the distance. On each of the walls there are 5 entrances, you being on the central road towards it, into these very large gates. The other 2 being on 2 on either side, heading into the first district of the wall. From what you see, you can easily see over the first one. It's maybe 30 feet tall, but the one behind is easily upwards of 60 to 80 feet tall. And shining as the sun begins to set. The city itself looks very posh, for lack of better terms. It's rich. Fine lines and fine buildings. And each one of them rising much higher than you've seen in any of the Reclorian cities. It is situated just at the shoreline, there being a very large port with many vessels going to and fro. And as you examine the roads, you see that there are long trains of carts and individuals waiting to get in. Some people passing out easily enough, but each one of the gates, the person at the front is stopped for a moment. It's about this time when you look down and the line is right up to where you're all camping out, or getting to. The rest of you see this sight just as you're beginning to see the train of carts waiting to enter into the city come up in front of you.
I'm going to sigh deeply and say nothing as we queue up for this line.
Burlock does whatever Paraspidus does.
Zai is just flying up above, not giving a care in the world.
Yeah, we definitely queue up. Because, I mean, unless Karsten just keeps going.
He queues himself up.
And we
Slows
stay
the
with
car.
Karsten and queue up then.
Mm-hmm.
And he looks, well, it's getting to the end of the day and it would be just so uncomfortable waiting here. Shailan will take care of this. She'll guide us forward whenever needed. If you would like, you can join me in the cabin. They lean forward, look at you, the rest of you all, and like, that goes for all of you as well. If you're friends with Brolock, you're friends with me.
I'm going to look at Paraspidus like,
I mean, it would be better than sitting out here waiting for a long queue, not going to lie.
All right. Yes. Everybody, you first.
No.
I
Do I
think,
hear this?
I think at least 3 of us will be joining you.
Steve, you've been staying within earshot, and your perception you would be able to hear, so you do hear this, yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna go in eventually, just so you know, but I'm just gonna keep flying by myself for just a little bit after they all go, or whoever goes in goes in.
Carson gets up, guides you all to the back of this cart, which, as you're walking around, you realize it's only 10 feet long and maybe 6 feet tall, with about a 7-foot width to it. And he goes to the back, beautifully inlaid, like with gold and silver door, sticks in a key, turns it, pulls the handle, and then pushes the door in. Like, you're all invited. I have to invite you in order for you to be able to enter. Will your friend in the air be following? He won't be able to get in unless I let him.
If I hear that, I'm just gonna come down.
As if answering, because you would hear it, you start flying down. And it's like, oh, good. Well, if you'd like, follow me. And he enters
Follow
in
him
the
in.
doorway.
As I'm the last one getting in, I'm going to look at Anubisai and just say, keep an eye out.
For next week, we'll be rolling up a new party as they all got into the TARDIS and disappeared.
Yeah, and when I walk in, I want to comically have my halberd, like, hit the top of the door frame, so where I can't, like, get in, and I have to duck lower.
As each Brolog, you kind of have to push your way in. You're a little too big for the doorway, but when you enter in, it's not cramped. It's actually quite a very spacious room, and it's as beautiful as the cart it was itself, made of white marble with gold specklings in just other areas. There are several doors that lead off into different directions, but Carson is standing there, waiting at another door, and is like, this ways through to my lounge. I have lots of books and fun things that I've collected through the time. But we can rest here. If you need, all you have to do is click your fingers. When he does that, this spectral form, just a white floating ball, emits next to him, and they'll bring you whatever you like.
Locke snaps his fingers.
A white spectral glowing ball pops up next to you.
I would like cubes of cheese.
It kind of floats for a second and wisps off and doesn't open a door, but just goes through the door. A couple of seconds later, comes back, the door opens this time, and tubes of cheese are delivered to you. 2 tubes about the size of a foot long and 4 inches in diameter each.
Nice. Brolock thanks the sphere and then starts munching on the tube of cheese.
Okay, I'm going to look at Zarai and whisper, that was very oddly specific. Do you think they have tube cheese wherever he's from? Is that how they cast, how usually it's cheese wheel? Do Loxodons cast their cheese as a tube? And I start to really go into it as I'm just whispering to him.
I'm barely paying attention as I'm thinking about what type of alcohol I want to have delivered.
I mean, is it because it's easier for their noses to grab onto? I mean, logistically, I'm just trying to understand why Why tube cheese?
Carson opens up the door he's in front of, and inside you see a very different designed room. It looks to be like the interior of a log cabin. There's a fire going on, and the walls, there are places where you see log structure, but it's mostly just books on bookshelves. And there are
Braspetus visibly
couches and
seems
everything.
to relax.
Now, if you follow me through to the study, we can rest here. There are guest bedrooms as well, if you would like to rest there as well. But again, she's got it out there. She'll let me know when.
I mean, logistically, is it tube size so you can slice it and put it on crackers? But I'm still going into it.
I'll be like,
Go ahead.
Warlock takes his tube of cheese and salutes Carson with it. An excellent host, Carson. And he lounges on one of the couches, munching on his cheese.
So again,
Sorry.
squeezing through the doorway. Sorry to cut you off, Zara.
Yes.
We'll get to
Hey,
you in a
it's
second here. Squeezing through the doorway into the lounge, he plops. You all see Brolock just flump onto a couch. Like taking up the entire thing, arms up, just munching away at cheese.
Alright, sorry. Just gonna ask, are you got like a bar, like a tavern, any type of thing? That's where I like to relax in this sense.
Well, no. I should have thought about that. I don't typically go to bars or taverns, and you're the first guests I've had inside, so I'll make a rendition for the future.
Yeah, I'll have to take you to some bars or the tavern sometime. Show you how to really let loose.
Oh.
And then I pull out one of my flasks and offer, and not one of my flasks. I'm opening out the regular one. And I'm gonna offer him some.
He takes it. Thank you, but no. And then offers it back to you.
Finish it and then just go sit down somewhere.
You laundry are still pondering however.
Yeah, no,
Tube
I'm
sauce
still
is
going
made,
into
just
it.
Kind of talking to
Now I'm
himself
talking to
about
Kevin. I'm talking to Kevin now.
Kevin,
I'm
the
just like,
little
no, I mean,
wisp.
honestly.
He's called up a wisp just to talk to it about tube cheese. Carson looks at you, perhaps, but isn't like, is anything in particular I can do for you?
I am going to just peruse amongst your books. Out of curiosity, have you ever stumbled across anything Magus?
A few times. I was
That
never
whole
able
wall.
to read it. So unfortunately, I can't duplicate it in here. I think there's something to do with the language itself. Difficult to understand and difficult to write.
Very. In that case, you don't happen to have any books on old Andrean, do you?
Oh. Yes. I do. He walks into the room. Just waiting for you to follow through.
Oh, I follow him in.
He goes to a specific section, looks up, seeing that he can't reach the area, just grabs one of the bookshelves and pulls it, and it just kind of turns, allowing that shelf to be within his reach, and says, "This entire shelf, it's all old Andrean. Most of it's just diaries of people long gone, but still, I like to read it and think of what their lives might have been."
If I hadn't killed them.
Any of these happen to be previously owned by a magic user, per se?
Well, there is one. He walks over to a specific section, pulls it out. He doesn't use the word magic, but it's kind of about his life and running into a thing. It's very cut off at the end. I think the thing, he doesn't know what to call it. He calls it a gift.
May I read this one?
Of course. Offers it to you.
I'll take it and then proceed to find a nice cozy spot by the fire to peruse all my tomes of Old Andrean that I have, which I think I only have one right now, and try to read the diary.
Okay. Prologue first?
I have just a question.
Yeah.
Based upon the description, it sounds like the inside of this carriage is much larger than the outside.
Much larger.
Correct. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to be sure about that. Okay.
Zara's very curious, and a thought just popped into his mind. He's gonna snap.
Da da da.
Floating little gold shiny ball.
Firstly, I'm gonna ask for some top-notch stuff, like some really good liquor if you've got it.
Wisps away. Eventually, about a minute or so goes by, and the door opens, and in it comes magically carrying a bottle of some language you don't understand, some numbers you don't fully recognize, and you hear Carson go, "That one's one of the finest I've ever tasted. I will never forget its touch. It does spoil other alcohols, though. Nothing's quite as good."
Ooh. I'm gonna take it. And then, before the wisp leaves... You know, no, there's too many people here. I'm not gonna do this now. I'll do it later. Dismiss. Never mind. And then, for the... I don't have any... I guess... Can I get a glass? So I'm not just drinking out of the bottle.
You get a glass.
It's fine.
The
I want
glass
to
is
savor
brought
it.
to you.
And I'm gonna pour a little bit in and slowly sip it.
It is very good. It is the best stuff you have ever drank.
How much of the bottle is left?
You
Is it
poured out a
getting
small
put on
amount
him?
just for a sip, and you look at it, and the bottle is still pretty full.
Pretty full bottle of really good liquor. And that's all I'm doing for the time being.
Okay. Yolandril, anything in particular?
Cut to me and Kevin mid-bite into a tube of cheese going, "It's just cheese."
the worst
And that's it.
uses the tube of cheese to kind of do a bit of a shake with the cheese.
Oh, that's hilarious. Anyway, that's it. That's all I'm doing. I'm here for comedic relief, guys.
So time is going to pass. It's going to be during the night. Some time goes by. There are guest rooms for you all. Carson does come out and check on you and Ubasai, saying, "Are you sure you don't want to join us inside?"
No, thank you.
Very well. I would...
Meanwhile, she just takes a step every 5 minutes. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, yeah, just like every few minutes or so, the cart moves forward. The night has come. You start to get a little sleepy. Is anyone staying up through, or how you're proceeding?
I'm gonna go to my room kind of before everyone else. And what I was going to do before, but realized I should probably do in private just in case. I'm gonna snap my finger.
I knew it was coming.
Yep, had to come. And that's a double entendre.
One of them. One of them pops up.
You're both wrong.
Uh-huh.
And I'm gonna ask for a bag of gold.
It stays exactly where it is.
Ah.
Fair enough. That's it.
It stays
I didn't want to do
exactly
that in
where
front
it
of
is.
people. Now it's going where you two thought it was going. JK. Nah, you can leave.
Follows our command and leaves through one of the walls.
After Brolog finishes his tubes of cheese, he gets out his cartography set and works on his letters.
Okay. Get some more practice done in there. I think you're close to learning what you can learn. I'll have to check my notes through that. But you can add a few hours of that. Let's go with 2 for the general after day's travel and such.
I'm listening.
Listening to things, okay. Get you
Listening, studying.
Ah,
Because I'm sure everybody in line's talking Old Andrean.
there are people in line talking Old Andrean, but you can also hear the other languages.
Cool.
Cool.
Let me know if anything of interest happens.
Okay.
Is spoken somewhere.
From your general passing, just what you can hear is mostly people talking about what's going to happen the next day, the opening ceremonies, the start of something that's never happened before, and possible attempt of maybe this will bring people together. It sounds like some people are hopeful that maybe this event of bringing everyone together might alter the want or the desire for war for the coming peace talks.
And yet somehow I don't think it's going to happen, and we're going to get blamed for it.
That's just a little chit-chat that you can hear.
Rasputus is going to focus on Old Andrean tonight.
Okay. Add 2 more hours. What's that bring you to?
40.
40. Good. After talking about the tube cheese, your laundry with Kevin, are you just doing that all night, talking about tube cheese?
No. Actually, I'm gonna have a look around the library area, see if anything pertaining to Eshnar catches my eye, and then if not, I'm going to do something else.
Give me a investigation or perception.
19.
19.
Perception.
You do find a section on religions, and a few of the books are on Eshnar.
Okay. Can I read them?
Some of them you can, some of them you can't.
Okay. Then I read the ones that I can.
Okay. You get a general basis of what you already know.
Nothing interesting.
Give me an investigation.
Oofda. 16.
16. There is a bit where one of these books, it's written in a way of calculating time that you're not familiar with. It's written, though, in a language you can still understand, like a basic common of kind. And some of it suggests that perhaps Eshnar is not an old god. He's a new god, coming from after the Cataclysm and the God Wars.
Okay. I take a mental note of that. Before I go to sleep, I am going to take my armor off and look at it And speaking directly to the Celestial, I'm going to say, all right, bud, I need some advice on the coming days. So if you want to give me the whole Eshnar treatment and talk to me in my dreams or whatever, that'd be great. And then I'm going to keep my halberd close. I am going to lay back and go to sleep.
Okay. Make a wisdom check.
Wisdom. Give it wisdom. What's my modifier for that? Wisdom. Unnatural 20. Dirty 20.
Okay. Good to know.
I'm rolling high right now. It's
You
been
are, it's
17 and
wonderful.
16. Yeah.
It's great though. It's wonderful. Just looking for the right thing.
Gotta find that dream music.
Pretty much. So first off,
And the theme to Elm Street starts playing.
Nubisai. During your time watching and listening, a few other carts do show up behind. But with your passive perception, you get a glimpse of something in the forest. Or the treed little areas around you now.
Something.
It looks familiar, like you might have seen the shape before.
Wily Man?
Vaguely, yeah.
This close to town. Wow. That's impressive.
It sits and waits.
If you want to talk to me, you come over here. I am not going over there. I'll say that out loud, you know.
Yeah.
To it. I know you can't project into me, so gotta be words.
When you say that,
there's a voice in my head.
that's, the area around you suddenly clouds over with thick black smoke. Doesn't seem to be any cries or shouts of disturbance around. The horse neighs a little bit with some discomfort to the sudden darkness around them.
It'll be okay.
Make an animal handling check for me.
Animal handling. What's that going to be under?
Charisma, I think.
Oh, only
No,
negative.
No,
wisdom.
wisdom. It's wisdom.
Hey, it's going to be 17. It's going to be 17.
Oh,
But 5.
Rough.
5.
Yeah,
That
just the way it goes.
doesn't seem too comforted. Still a little
Yeah.
discomfort. But your attention is quickly distracted by a voice that comes sort of close by you, to you, but not fully. What are you doing here?
If you know my nature, you know what I'm doing here.
So it was the war that brought you.
Lots of deaths. Sounds awesome. Though I think maybe we might be competing for the same thing.
I would only be worried if your magic wasn't outdated by this point.
Well, can't argue with you there. It's been many, many years since I've had full use of it.
Unfortunately, the effects here would definitely benefit you too, wouldn't they?
Yes, they are. I appreciate that.
You give me too much credit, Nubasai.
And you are... I only know you as Smiling Man. Do you have a name?
Not for you. Don't get in my way, Anubisai. I have no problem exterminating extinct magics. Very close, you hear, and I know about your backups. And the smoke begins to dissipate and disappear. You can see the surroundings again. The horse continues to neigh uncomfortably, looking around a little disturbed.
You can't know about them all. Just the ones on this continent.
So that happens to you.
Mm-hmm.
Zorai,
E.
your
Ye.
sleep is also disturbed.
Son of a bitch.
You have a very familiar dream regarding the tree that you saw once before. But then it changes. Flashes to a different scene, to a different tree. Same make. Looks very similar. Black, thick bark. And a crystal eye resting inside the bark. The blood leaf trees. Oh, blood leaves. There we go. Got there eventually. It then skips again to another one. And then another. And then another. And it flashes between multiple different images repeatedly. Until you wake up in a start. Looking down, seeing that your hands have extended out into that primal savagery. Your teeth have grown. And you have accidentally shredded part of the bed.
I'm just gonna cast Mending on it while I'm still confused about this dream.
Steve is disquieted. He is uncomfortable. Sends you some of the images that you sent to him in your sleep. Rather frightening ones.
I'm gonna go out for a fly. After I cast Mending as many times as I need to on the thing to make it not shredded.
Okay. When you finish your fly, you realize you can't get back in. Because whenever you open the door, it doesn't open in for you at all. It never does. It only opens out. And it shows a completely different scene. Just hanging shelves, securely fastened goods.
Is there anything of worth?
All art pieces.
Do I know if they're worth anything? Or if there's anything different than the other
You can
ones? Or
give me
anything that
a-
stands out?
Investigation check.
Oh, this
16.
man.
16. Also give me an Arcana check.
And that's where I'm gonna lose it. 12.
12. They are very beautifully made and could easily be sold for a good price. You don't know what is tethering them in, but there's something magical about each one of these paintings.
whatever, and I'm just gonna leave again and just keep flying until whatever happens happens.
Cart moves forward. You're significantly closer to the city now. Anubisai, you would see him do this. And your Laundriel.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What exactly did you ask? Did you say to your armor?
I'm asking the Celestial for advice about how to go about pretty much the fight that I have to win in order to get the next piece of armor. That's what I asked it.
The dreams you have are fairly similar. But there's a bit of an emphasis on the city that you're in. You see several times an arena structure that you've not seen yet just flash into your mind.
Okay. What else? That's it?
Again, the
Just
northern,
the arena?
the northern island with that hut with smoke coming out of it. And a finishing with a helmet, but also a belt. The belt you recognize. You've seen it on Uruk.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. I'll wait until I wake up.
Question.
Answer.
I think he might have slipped. But the smiling man, when he came up and conversed with me, what language did he use?
He used common.
Dang it. Okay.
Good question.
I was hoping he slipped.
Slipped? What are you talking about? Eventually all get knocks at your door with Carson saying, "We're about to hit the gates. It would be good for us all to be outside. It looks like the royal guard's here, which would mean that the king is as well. They'll want to search everything."
Excellent.
Ah, yeah. That'll be fun. Clink.
Prologue. Prologue leans over to Carson and says, "Thank you for the excellent hospitality. What sort of king is this? Who's the king?"
Well, that would be the king of Laban. I don't think the Shallows Estates or Zorthar or Drunok go by king. Yeah, I think Laban's the only one that has a king.
What's his name?
King Lee.
Oh, well, he's quite kingly, imagine. I say. As he laughs creepily like that, I'm like, okay.
I get the small note from Captain Duran ready.
Okay. You all
Do we
exit
have-
out. Oh, yep.
How much time do we have before it's our turn?
You
From when they come out?
you and Zarai would recognize. Zarai, where have you stationed yourself at? You're muted.
Just like directly above, like 40 feet. Just literally basically doing circles and like figure eights and like stupid shit.
Okay. Yeah, give me a perception check.
21.
You can see there are a few carts behind you, and a few in front, two in front, that are looking very cautiously up at you as you're flying around. From what you can discern from it, they look to be Reclorians. Those carts you see from Laban are paying you no attention at all.
I do nothing with that information but smile.
Okay. And Anubisai, where would you be in accordance to the cart exactly?
Probably still by the horse.
Hold up. I changed my mind a little bit as I do nothing. I'm gonna notice the ones looking at me. And I'm gonna like kind of like almost like dive bomb, but just like not too close, like 15 feet away, and just kind of like pull up
And he gets shot.
a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
They
Can't wait.
Yeah,
Let's go.
he had to do something.
Yeah, rolling percentage. There it goes. There it goes, folks.
A few of them get quite worried and actually begin to start equip themselves. From there, you then see some of those from Le Bon begin to equip themselves. A few carts back, a fight, more like a yelling match, does break out between two different groups, one from Le Bon, one from Recloria. Give me an insight check.
As this fight breaks out, I'm gonna
11.
lean towards Paraspidus and say, at least the lines aren't as bad as the Burning Man festivals back in Daggerfim.
So you're getting out. You're all getting out just as this fight is beginning to break out.
Okay, I was
You
gonna
can
say,
hear
are
it in back
are
there.
we
You
still
can't
in the
quite see
car
it.
or
Okay.
are we getting out? Okay, we're getting out now.
Ugh. Sorry. That was just a joke.
But it does eventually break off again, and those people kind of start putting their weapons away. But many of them are beginning to cautiously aim and get their weapons pointed your direction. As for the rest of you, give me perception checks as you exit out of the cart.
7.
7. Ooh.
7.
7. Ooh.
Ooh,
I'm too busy making a joke to Paraspidus to notice anything.
Praspidus, what was that?
23.
23.
Ooh.
While your Laundriel is making this joke to you, and Brolog's probably still too distracted with conversation with Carson, you notice that where they are aiming their weapons is directly at Zorai, who is flying through the air. And you're about maybe 100 feet from the gate.
Insert string of expletives. I'm going to very pointedly look at Zarai with a glare. Shake my head very softly. And then very loudly say, if he gets shot, I will finish him off myself.
I just kind of nod my head like, okay.
Chrysapetus, would you like me to bring him down preemptively?
Yes, please, Brolog. Yes, please.
Brolog equips his Javelin of Lightning and attempts to put the spear into one of Zarai's wings.
Oh boy.
Oh, Christ. Do I see this happen? Do I see this begin to happen?
With your... give me a new perception. Anubisai, you can too, although I don't expect if you want to stop it.
Did I just stick with my passive?
not.
Did you roll?
Yes, I rolled.
What did you roll?
I 8.
8. Okay.
You think you're so funny. Landrio, you think you're so funny.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so... Brolog, as you're beginning to pull this Javelin of Lightning out, I would like you to give me a... athletics or acrobatics?
22.
22.
Christ.
Not enough to beat Carson's 25.
Oh.
Get wrecked, scrub.
As you're beginning to reach back, he does grab your wrist and say, "Now, friend, I don't mean to be intrusive, but that would incite conflict. And this whole event is supposed to be about peaceful interactions. If you would like him to come down, we would need to do it in a way that's not obvious and non-violent. Well, at least obviously violent.
Just ask.
No, I agree with Carson, bro. Like we shouldn't be shooting at our own teammates anyway. It's not polite, and
I can
No.
fly up and get him.
but that would be
You can
wasting
fly.
your days worth of flying.
He can fly.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
fly.
Huh.
Yeah.
Perhaps I should just yell at him.
If you would, bro,
Perhaps.
like I really don't. I don't have the energy to yell.
I'll go with you.
Burlock goes nowhere, and trumpets very loudly with his trunk, and then yells as loud as his constitution will allow.
Which is pretty good.
Zara, hey, we need you over here.
Just for sake of Zara being Zara, I'm gonna roll a perception to see if I even hear it. Or notice
roll
it, rather.
Roll it with
Yeah.
advantage, because you're only 40 feet and he's pretty loud.
That's true.
In fact, actually, give me a performance check.
It doesn't matter. I
Prologue.
hit a 19.
Oh, yeah, you would tell. Yeah. You can tell. You can hear him yell that. In fact, with the 19 just rolling on the
17
die,
performance.
even better. You would have also heard the entire conversation they had on the ground.
I'm pissed. But I'm coming
Again.
back.
Are you coming down?
I still stay
Yeah,
like
He
by
said he's going back.
7.5 feet off the ground. But
Causing
I'm
a
still
The moment
big
you-
there
dust
with you.
storm to be blown up and caused around, drawing a lot of attention from people.
The moment you get close enough for me not to have to yell, I say to you, if you get shot, it's on you. You can go back up there. I'm not stopping you from that, but try not to dive bomb people and incite more conflict like you've been doing. Because honestly, if you
Dive
get
bomb
shot, it really is on
anybody. I
you.
was just doing dips.
That's not how everybody else sees it, Zarai, and we all don't live in your head. So just be smart about it.
Burlock would like to roll for insight to see if Zara is lying.
Oh, yeah. Give
Do
me
I
a
roll
deception
something
check.
for that?
Yeah,
But I'm
give me a
not.
deception.
I'm not actually. I was literally. I was diving, but I was diving bombing.
It's a deception.
It's a deception.
deception.
And for that, give
You
me
stated
with
it.
disadvantage.
Mhm.
16.
Wait, who's at disadvantage?
You are.
You.
You are.
8.
You can tell he's
What?
lying.
Burlock leans over to Haraspinus. He is lying. He was dive bombing them on purpose.
Oh, I know, bro. Like I know, but I don't want to restrict him any more than I already have, and honestly, we all must learn from our own mistakes. And if he gets shot, it's his own mistake that he gets shot, and we'll just have to deal with the conflict afterward.
Oh, good.
Yes, we shall stand there and go.
Honestly, though, I could have used the practice grabbing someone out of the air, considering what I have to do. But
That's
Yeah.
true.
yeah,
This
doesn't matter. I think I'm fighting Anubisai here, and I give her an elbow into the ring with me.
Nubisai,
Yeah.
just before he starts elbowing you, you notice a very heavily armored individual beginning to approach your cart. You're about 2 carts away back in line now. And as he elbows you and says that, you noticing first, because everyone else is more distracted by Zora, he says directly, it's like, if your friend could land, please. They're disturbing the animals in the front. You're almost through the line. I know it's not easy, but when you're in the city, you, in the air, please land.
Okay.
Thank you for cooperating. When you're in the city, you can fly. Just for now. causing too much disturbance.
I'm gonna stare directly back at the motherfuckers who are aiming at me.
I'm going to say to the guard, don't worry, you're not doing anything wrong. He's just a little sensitive. And then I'm going to kind of side eye Zarya a little bit with my eyebrow raised.
The guard moves back.
Andrea, you woke up on the right side of the bed today.
And
Yeah.
he is a Le Bon guard, as opposed to the Reclorian ones who are dressed in like leather makeup and basic armors. They are dressed in full plate.
I approach him and I say, when we pull up, I have a letter from Captain Durin from where were we just at?
Drumnar.
Drumnar. And he said he had sent word ahead that we're from a place called Quela, and we were traveling on our way here. I just want to make sure we're not going to be stepping on anyone's toes as we get here.
Sorry, I'm just gate guard. You'll have to talk to the informants in the front. They would know that information, not me.
Excellent. Thank you. No, we can wait.
Of course, it will only be a few more minutes, hopefully.
No
He
worries.
walks on back. Carson hops up into his front seat, takes the reins, and you did well. Thank you. I would invite you on, but in order to be separated as a group, I need to check in first, or after you. Either way. So you can
Which
take
would
your
you prefer?
position. Well, I think to possibly help, if I may, explain your presence here, you should go before me. That way I'm not on the other side of the gate if you need any help.
Sounds good. Thank you, Carson.
Of course.
And I will pull ahead of him.
And don't forget to come visit me when you're inside. I'll be selling all my wares. Brolog. I'll be selling tattoos if you'd like to get another.
I would, but not yet worthy. Perhaps the city will show an opportunity.
I hear there's going to be a lot of fighting tournaments. You could always enter one. Maybe that will give you worthiness.
I do hope so.
Well,
When the group starts to separate towards, I want to try and like sneak. I wouldn't say necessarily sneak, but like, kind of like slide to the back to talk to him personally.
Okay. Are you trying to do this
I'm gonna talk to him.
Out of general sight of everyone around, or just your party?
Just the party.
Okay, give me a stealth check, and if anyone else cares to, you can give me a perception check to see if he's doing this, but you don't have
28. Good luck.
28. How did you get 28 with your stealth being +7?
I have a +9. I leveled up.
You have a
Bruh.
+9.
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
19, so it doesn't matter.
That's what I rolled.
Okay. You're next to him. He's just calmly talking to his horse.
I'm gonna ask him what type of tattoos with effects he has, or that I'm like, just let him know that I'm interested, basically, in a special effect tattoo.
Well, I have quite a few. It depends on the effect you want, and how strong. But if you give me enough time, I could design one, and maybe get it right. It would be a chance, but I'm always willing.
Any estimate on a custom? Nothing too crazy.
Ooh.
Just want to know what I'm getting into.
Just for the research and the development of it is a standard base of 1,000 gold. For the tattoo itself, depends on the power level. If it's higher up in its strength, then it'll be far more expensive. But if I can sustain its magic with only, say, half of your left arm, it would be far cheaper. But roughly, for custom, my base is 1,500 gold. Oh wait. Yeah, 1,500. Sorry, again, numbers. I'm so bad at them, and yet I'm the only merchant.
Alright, where are you going to be stationed once we get inside the city? I'll make sure to
Along
hit
one
you
of
up
the
and see
main,
what you have to sell.
along one of the main roads. I'm not sure which one I'll find space in. I got here a little late. But perhaps I'll find one along this one here. And
Alright.
the tournaments, they are gold rewards. If you don't have any, perhaps you could earn some.
Maybe. Just keep an eye out for me, and if you see me, give me a holler while you're at your stall booth.
It's at that point you hear a cry out for, "Next group!" And that being all of you.
I march forward, confident.
Get up to the guard in the front, and you can see around the gate, all of you can now, that there are what you can definitely tell to be just city guard, who are in this very shiny plate armor, and then royal guard, who have gold trims. They are bigger than everyone else, their plating being thicker than, and it doesn't seem like they would be comfortable in their movements, but what you see them moving in, they are fine, as if they're operating in just normal plate armor.
More ornate than mine?
More ornate than yours. They stand out a lot more than you do. Because they also have this like yellow, red, and gold plume kind of popping out of the back of their helmets. The guard.
I'm going to lean towards Zara and say, "Do you think they're overcompensating for something?"
No response.
Paraspidus will pull out both his Quaylen papers and the letter from Durin.
As you approach the guard, he's got a clipboard. He looks to be dressed in more of a scale mail make than plate mail, a bit more of a lighter build. And he's writing down on the board that he's got in front of him. Was right, letters and which you already have. Thank you. Takes those from you, looks through. Huh. Very good. All I need from you is a claim of your artifacts on hand. Anything that you have is unordinary and non-normal weaponry needs to be reported.
Unordinary. Oh, well, I guess I lift my my hand and show my finger that has the ring of sending on it. And I say, this is a ring of sending in which I use to keep in contact with my superiors over in Quayla.
Very good. Anyone else?
I'm just
And
going
then
to
I
go.
also lift my bag of holding. And I say, this is a bag of holding. It has all of my other mundane stuff in it.
You've seen one of those before. Thank you. Albert.
And then that's it.
And then I'm going to go like that on my breastplate and say, they're not really weird. They're just not from here.
And sorry, for a second I thought you were Remlar.
First time I've gotten that in this area. Speaking of which, is he here?
Arrived a few days ago, yes.
Okay. Cool.
Prologue takes out his rod and javelin. It's about.
Been on the receiving end of one of those javelins before. They are not comfortable. Thank you. And you too. Anything for you two to report?
By your standards, I am an artifact.
He walks up to you, looks around, looks at the armor, and... Holy shit. You're magnificent.
Thank you.
Well, she's something. Quite sure that's the word.
The winged one. It's the second one of your kind I've seen today.
Oh, really?
Hey, I say, and give one an elbow.
I'd like to chop the wings off the other one.
She's such a
I gotta-
sweetheart. Why would you do that?
She stole something from me.
Or
She
at
does
least
that to
maybe did.
everyone.
Oh, no, I'm pretty sure she's the one who did.
Anyway, winged one. Anything?
Nope.
Don't you have at least one?
Nope.
Not anymore.
No, I mean I have like some decent armor, but that's it.
Oh yeah, the armor's
They
not
took my.
magical
they-
make, so
Yeah, it's not. No,
Yeah.
they took my stone.
they take the stone.
Bastards. And
Okay.
I'm gonna assume that it was you in character saying that. I'm gonna be like, no, I don't have anything. They took it from my bag. They cut my bag and took it.
Right, well, there's some disdain there.
Bastards.
So, out of character-wise, is anyone lying? I'm not checking all your character sheets. But
No.
if you are, you're
Let me
going to have
just
to do
double check.
checks.
I am not.
I
I
don't
should count
think-
my tattoo, but I don't
No,
think.
I
Yes.
don't think they would. They wouldn't, no.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, the Magus Tome, but I'm not taking that out of the bag of holding.
Oh no, he should have mentioned
Okay,
it.
yeah, no, as a Magus, you would consider that magical. Ooh. That's a bit of a... So give me a deception
Moral gray area.
because it's a moral grey area. That really is a moral grey area. So deception with
Deception.
advantage. And I will give him...
Deception.
I'm glad I had advantage. I'm not very good at deception. 14.
That's better than his 8. So,
It's-
Oh, good, good.
yep, you got away with that one. Good check, though.
Yeah.
After that, he looks at you all and is like, well, welcome. If you're from a different area, as your documents state you are, so you are, according to my understanding. The king is here, as is the Prime Chancellor, and all the leaders of different factions there in between of our surrounding areas. This is a conglomerate put together of everything and everyone that is known to continental Andrea. If you'd like to partake in any of the festivities, you are more than welcome to. Some of them have entry fees, others are just games. Today, after the opening ceremonies, which will commence shortly, there will be, for lack of better terms, an obstacle course for you to run. It is 50 gold entry. Upon winning, you will earn 500 gold and renown. To be clear,
What exactly are the rules for that?
you need to run through an obstacle course. It's whether or not you're dexterous or athletic enough to do this. If you win, it's 500 gold. That, and you become a bit more of a favored name. For every single one of these events, you can bet in. And if you bet on a favored name, the odds are better. Possible more reward for those who are not favored names. The more you compete, the more you do, the more renown you get, and the more money you could make.
Is there any like game warden we can go see to get a better understanding of all the games that are going to be going on?
You can find one at the Dancing Hare. Others are around in locations. There are booths in places for signing up in location stuffs. As far as I understand, there's only one empty slot left for team battles, which 25,000 gold reward and 2 artifacts. It's a little surprise there's still one slot, but at the same time, not everyone wants to work together.
um, uh, well, thank you, sir, for your assistance. We're going to go to the dancing hare. I did this with Durin in the last place we were at. Is there anyone I should see to make sure they know we're here?
I will pass on the news to the king and the high general.
Thank you,
I
sir.
will let them know that you are here. In accordance to the spirit of cooperation, I will also have to pass on that information to all other leaders of other establishments.
Of course. We've actually met the High Chancellor before, so he knows of us.
Well, good. Have you met the Chalice Estate or Zarthor or Drunak?
We've met members of the Chalice Estate, not leaders of the Chalice Estate yet, so. Or anyone
Well.
else.
Good luck. They're difficult.
Indeed.
Either way, the line is long, and I need to try to get everyone in as quickly as I can.
Absolutely.
Opening ceremonies are happening soon. Just head to any of the town squares if you'd like to see the king give his announcement. That would be in the arena. Oh, good luck possibly finding space.
As we're walking
Well, thank you.
course.
Go ahead.
Before we go through.
Enjoy your
No,
stay.
no.
Oh, and Winged One. Soon as you are within the inner gates, you can fly all you like. We don't care.
I would keep an eye on those guys, and I gestured vaguely to the people that were pointing at me. You let them know what's up, because they were looking, yeah.
He
I want to
steps
take their shit or let them know.
up to you and says, Reclorians, they hate flying people. Though
I know.
I need to let you know. We tell them all, if you shoot at something flying, you are subject to the laws of the land, and that is execution. Just
I like it.
do yourself a favor, otherwise you might be found guilty as well. Do not dive bomb them like that. If
I
you
didn't drop
antagonize,
anything.
if you antagonize them, you are held guilty as well. We understand each other.
Sure.
Don't be antagonizing, and you can fly all you like. Be antagonizing, and we kill you. Move along.
As we're moving through, I'm gonna I'm gonna kind of like nudge one of like the regular guards and be like, "Think those guys are compensating for something?" As I point to one of the royal guards.
Do not just say, don't be antagonizing.
There is a stifling of laughter coming from this plated individual. And they go, probably.
Keep walking.
You are now entering the city of Lithrom. You walk through, and what you can see around you immediately on the outsides of the inner gates is what seem to be training grounds. Areas for people to practice their weaponry, practice their arts, and series of tents laid out, or buildings laid out in most areas. What seem to be barracks of kinds. And then once you get to the larger wall, doors wide open, very large doorway, heavily fortified with metal and stone. You walk through this thick wall and get to the lively streets of one of the main roads of Lithrom. And that is where we're going to take a little breaksy.
Yay!
Hop off for a little bit. Woo-woo. We will be back in 10 or so. We're going to relieve ourselves, get a little bit more, possibly to, I say relieve it. We're going to lose a few ounces. I have to do my normal thing. Get ready to gain a few ounces. And we'll be back with you all in just a momento. So, stick around. We'll be right back. thinks about life and gets it right. What up? We're back from our break. Yay! Jazz hands. We left you all
All right.
just entering Lithrom. The streets are packed. They're busy. They're full of people, all different kinds of races, all walking throughout, looking at stalls. Different people kind of manning each stall as it goes. A lot of different products being sold. General artswear, weaponware, a lot of different kinds of things. I would say at this point, if you want to take more of an examination between the races and the stalls itself, give me either an investigation or perception check. Brolog, if you're doing it about the races, you can do it with the advantage, because smell does factor into races.
18. Perception.
Perfect. 18 perception.
6 perception.
6 perception.
Natty 1.
Oh.
Natty 20 perception.
Okay.
Damn, I should have rolled after him.
Praspidus is just going to the dancing hare.
So you're wondering...
I was
Noobs.
going to talk to Praspidus while he's walking.
Okay. To note, you don't know where the dancing hare is. So at this point, you're kind of just wandering the streets, taking in the sights of the individuals.
Didn't the guard gesture a general direction, though, when he said the dancing hare?
Kind of a general direction, but it was
I'm going that
down the main route, but you couldn't... It's... I would say you know it's on the left-hand side, but you don't entirely know where it is.
Okay. Yeah, we're just going that general direction, though, to be honest.
Perfect. Zorai, you're very taken in to the sights and the people wandering around, how busy and how festive, and begin to think of, ooh, this is like a party, like a giant party.
Do I see anyone drinking with that 6?
No.
Good enough.
Elandriel, you see primarily arts and crafts and weaponry. There is, as you all are wandering down, there is one stall you come across that is selling artifacts. Brolog, with your natural 20. Though the scent of the human is still fairly familiar to you, you rolled a natural 20. And I do take into consideration a bit. It's not an automatic success, but it is significant. There are far less humans in the city than the other races.
What other races?
There are gnomes, halflings, elves, dragonborn from your reckoning. All the primaries that you've seen in this continent.
Do I sniff out any unique?
That is a good question. No.
Okay. Very good.
Yeah, no. You would not smell out any unique races.
Follow Percy, assuming he knows where he's going.
Okay. Anubis Percy.
Praspidus, I think you should know. Last night, while we were waiting in line, I had an actual conversation with the Smiling Man.
Oh.
He actually decided to come up and talk to me since he can't send to me. He asked me what I was doing here, in I think the general sense of the land, not the city. He figured it out. Whatever. I asked him for his name. He would not give it to me. And he told me to stay out of his way. And he also referred to me as obsolete magic. So you can put those pieces in your Magus puzzle.
Oh. Well, clearly he's got a little bit of a hot on himself issue here, because if he's going to call your magic obsolete, then he probably considers his magic to be very superior.
Yeah, Well, he probably knows how old I am, so he thinks it's obsolete. He does know what's going on in the land, though of course he's not going to elaborate.
Did you get the sense that he wanted the conflict to keep going?
It's hard to say, but I did say I thought we might be seeking the same thing, and he didn't disagree.
Hmm.
But I do find his comment of him telling me to stay out of his way interesting, because even though he was trying to downplay me, that may mean he thinks I'm a threat.
Indeed. I have a feeling we're going to end up getting in his way by accident, just because that seems to be what we end up doing anyway. And I don't know. It's just, keep this in the back of your head, but it's just a feeling to me. But I have a feeling that Kostya came over here because of whoever this guy is. I have a feeling she might have gotten wind that there was a Magus over here, and she came over to look.
Do
But
you know which one yet?
I don't. As far as I knew, there were no Magus over here. So I'm still unsure as to who is over here, but maybe we'll find out.
Okay, just thought you should know. He's here.
Excellent, thank you. All right.
Give me a perception check, Praspidus.
10.
10. It's fairly hard to meet, or to not see, in general, because, I mean, there's a big old swinging sign that has a horned hare on it just dancing around, and it says the dancing hare.
Oh, hey, look, that looks familiar. Let's go there. I walk into the dancing hare.
Follow.
Notes.
Follow.
I've been flying behind, following the whole time.
Yep, follow.
Behind this
Okay,
time.
at a certain height, because if you fly within 10 feet from the ground, people start yelling at you to go higher, because you're disturbing the ground too much. But you've been flying a little higher. For that, actually, Zara, give me a perception check.
I'm not using this anymore. I got a nat 1 into a 6 again.
Okay.
It's twice you've rolled nat ones.
In a row.
Just, online dice, they hate you, man. They really hate you.
All dice hate me.
Ugh.
Will Wheaton's just
Well-
like in my soul. It's because I'm a Trekkie.
Yes.
Hey, I
You're
had
very
Will Wheaton in my
fiber
soul
free.
yesterday, so...
You do see them enter into the establishment. Are you following them in?
Yeah, I'll follow for a second. I follow him in. Come
Okay.
down.
When you all get in there, it is very packed. There's very little room and space to move through. There are waiters and waitresses carrying trays of drinks like above their heads as they're pushing through the crowd and the individuals moving through. A lot of stuff is being sold. A lot of beer, a lot of harder alcohols. You see smaller glasses with different kinds of liquids filled inside of them. A very lively atmosphere.
Does it look like this inn might have vacancies for us to get a room? Or is this way too
You
crowded?
won't know until you ask.
Okay. I'm gonna find not any of the waitresses carrying full glasses because they're taking that somewhere. I'm gonna find one that either a waitress who has no glasses or someone who looks like they're in charge.
It looks like there's... The person in charge is kind of standing by a doorway to a back room, shouting out different commands here and there. It's just an average-aged human male.
I will approach him.
It's going to take you a bit to fight through the crowd for that, so what is everyone else doing in that time frame?
Brolog assists in fighting through the crowd.
Okay, your time frame has shortened, because Brolog's a big individual, and that's going to help a lot.
Oh, he will definitely notice us then.
As far as Zarai, Anubisai, Yolondriel.
Follow and assist.
Follow and assist, yeah.
Hate that damn contract you made me sign. I guess I fucking follow.
Not assist.
Not assist, just follow. With Anubisai, Yolondriel, and Brolog all pushing through the crowd and making that space for you to go through, it's fairly easy for you to get to the front. The ones dressed in more plate kind of wear just instinctively move, as if they're used to kind of giving space to those who hold a bit more of a command, because right now you look like you hold a lot of command, except for, the tiefling that's following a little behind you, not doing anything to try to help. That aside,
Everybody has a manservant.
yep, everyone's got a slave. But you push on through. The ones from Recloria, they take a second at first, but then they see the sheer size of the individuals approaching them, and they move. And you get to the front easy enough to this average-aged human male who's shouting out different commands to individuals. Like, I haven't seen that table served in a bit. If you can, thank you very much, Kara. As far as drinks, were you good on any of the ales? Need a very full. Goddammit, let me see. Kind of disregarding the fact that you've just come straight up to him, he pokes his head out the back. He's like, Hank, please change some of those things. Stop flirting with my waitresses.
Hank.
Being yelled, and I immediately pushed to the front of the party. Or attempt to, I guess, is a better word for it.
Let's the curtain fall
Hey,
again.
don't let him. Can I stand strong and not let him push past?
Go ahead and
I mean-
if you want to try to push past your Laundriel here, Zarai, it would be an athletics or acrobatics to kind of get by him. It would be contested against your Laundriel roll of athletics or acrobatics. And at Brolog, if you are as well, you can either choose to give your Laundriel advantage or do one yourself.
Oh, no, I don't want to give you all real advantage. I wouldn't be moving if that was something that I was attempting to do.
Or would I?
Yeah, okay, your Laundriel would have advantage on this because either side of him's not moving.
What's your roll there, bud?
It's not good. I'm going to regular dice. It's 8.
8. I got a nat 20 up to 23.
Jeez,
I did not need that advantage.
You can't push past. The entire front group is not moving at all for you. And there's not enough room. And while you're
Can I make
trying
a perception check to see this happening?
You see it, obviously. It's right in front of you.
No, I thought it was right behind me.
Oh, right in front.
Think like a spearhead.
They're like a spearhead right in the front. Currently, you're just now getting up there. They had kind of made that spearhead of pushing this group aside, or the crowds aside, so you can get up to this.
So I'm
individual.
not standing next to the guy yet.
Not yet, not just yet. This is happening just before. Currently, it would be Anubisai, Brolog, and Yolondriel standing, for the most part, in front of the individual.
With Zara trying to get past.
Yeah.
I'm going to pointedly look at your Laundriel and then just be like, "It's Hank. Let Zara past. It's just Hank. Just let him go. Just let him."
With a deception of 17, I'm going to pretend like I didn't even notice that Zara was trying to get past me. Do you try to contest?
You can try to if you'd like. As the party does. I expect no different from any of you in small little moments like this.
It's just Hank.
I mean, okay.
Yeah, I'm just kind of like, I look back and I'm like, huh? Oh. All right.
At that moment, the individual in front of you is like, right, I'm sorry, if you need anything from me, please ask one of the waiters or waitresses. I'm trying to organize things. thank you very much for coming to the Dancing Hare. I hope to see you around later on. Seriously, you don't know how to mix a sunrise. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Oren. What are you all still doing here?
Well, you see, all your waitresses and waiters looked very busy, and
And it doesn't look like I look
I didn't
busy.
know. Well, I mean, you
That-
do look busy. Yes. I
Apologies.
just
I-
outside.
I'm sorry, I'm very stressed right now. You're right. Let me give you a bit more hospitality. Thank you for coming to my inn. We have, as you can see, the events going on here, so we are very busy and compact. If there's anything you'd like to know individually,
Oh no, that's all right. It's gonna be a weird episode, folks.
it's gonna be a weird one.
I'm gonna say, well, thank you. Doesn't happen to be a guy that kind of looks like me there. Would you know that?
No, I don't know. It's the temple. Whoever's there is there.
Well, cool. I appreciate it. And then I'm walking away.
Okay. Takes you a bit, but you do find it easy enough. The temple
Okay.
is different from all the other buildings. It's more illustrious and larger in size. Different domed areas with pikes coming out the top of it. Use of columns. There has to always be the use of columns.
Mm-hmm. As we're walking up, I'm gonna ask Anubisai. So, what conversation did you have with that priest back in Drumnar?
He doesn't like me. He didn't want me there. He wanted me to leave.
Anything specific?
He's afraid of death.
Yeah, well, aren't most people. Well,
Yeah,
let's do this.
Nothing specific.
All right. I know I can't roll an insight against the walking piece of armor, so I'm not going to do that. I have given up on such things. Yeah, and we walk into the temple.
It is of different make. The inside is immediately larger, more open than the previous one you were in. It's much brighter. You can actually see.
Offline. Oh, we were offline.
Oh,
Good
It got out
grief.
again.
It's probably going to do it again. I'm going to have to figure out what's going on with that. Oh, well.
Gotta catch you before you got too deep into it.
Cheers, thank you.
yeah. Maybe it'll spike back, hopefully. Or not spike back. Drop back, I mean.
We will see what happens.
Ooh, yeah, it's not having fun on my computer.
Not at mine either. Wondering what's causing that.
I think
That's
every time
definitely
I
on my
refresh,
end.
It goes offline for a little bit and then like it'll come back, but it's really.
We could take a Fiverr if you need to restart your computer and shit. If you think that's going to help.
Ooh, that would take too much to.
Too much time.
That'd be more than
Yep.
5 minutes.
Okay. Didn't know what your setup was like there, Murray.
Anyone is in chat.
Complicated.
Is this actually working for you? Oh, there it is. I think we're back.
Are we?
It's been back for a little bit now, yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay. Cool.
I will just keep an eye on that and see for
Mhm.
watch for the spikes and see what happens. We'll let you know. For now, Yolondriel and Anubisai. If we missed anything, I'm going to review everything, so I'll take note of it and we'll rehash.
Figure it out.
Figure it out.
Yeah.
We'll find a way of announcing it. But Yolondriel and Anubisai have entered the Temple of Eshnar within the city of Lithrom. It is much wider on the inside, with areas for individuals to sit and listen to the word of Eshnar or pray to Eshnar himself. There are a few priests wandering around. It's not packed, but it is busy. There's quite a few humans in here, and that is all you see. Humans.
All right. Well, I am going to percept. I'm going to perceive with a 15 perception to see if I see Emlar.
There's no one of any kind of facial marking.
Okay. I'm going to find myself a priest then.
Okay.
And yeah, I'm going to ask him. Yeah, it's a reference to a show back from my place where I'm from. I say to Rolluck.
Yeah,
It's a stage play.
It's just 2 rooms. That's all we had left, but
Perfect. That's plenty. Plenty enough. All right. Thank you very much.
well, here. I'll show you to your rooms. They can handle this. He
Excellent.
begins walking off to show Prospidus if anyone else wants to join or if anyone wants to stay in the inn. What are you all doing?
Prologue is following Percy.
Still looking for Hank.
Okay, I'm going to walk up to Anubisai and say, hey, you want to come with me to find the temple? Are you going to be doing your whole Anubisai thing? You're
You're
muted.
muted.
All I see is,
They don't like me at the temple.
well, they don't like me either, so. But anyway, it's up to you, I say, and I
Sure.
give her one of these on the shoulder.
Yeah,
All right.
just hurt yourself, but I'll follow.
Tink. I'm like, oh, fuck. Yeah, we head out. I'm going to find a guard and ask him where the temple is, if there is one here.
Okay.
I assume there might be. Anyway, continue.
Zorai will hit you up here first. You saw where he kind of gave that general shout out, and I'm not going to have you do a stealth because he's massively busy and will not be able to tell that you're peeking your head into the back room. And when you peek your head in there, there is a very familiar satyr, currently very much flirting with one of the waitresses.
I close it and I just wait.
Oh, my man, guy code, not sneaking in on this convo. I like it. Let my man's game play
I
out.
just find a spot to, I guess, stand since there's probably no seats available.
There's no seats, and the best spot is basically the one you've got kind of close to the
Alright,
curtain
just kinda
area.
just
And you see Orin walk off with Brolog and Praspidis, and Eulandriel and Anubisai sneak their way, or kind of fight their way through the crowd again towards the front door. After that, Hank does eventually, well, not Hank first. It's the waitress first. She comes out. So,
Before we lose earshot of Zarai, I wanna just let him know you're good to wander in this city. It's a Laban one, and they don't mind you here. So
free permissions,
Don't-
dangerous.
don't worry about Brolog watching you for this city. Go at it.
Gonna enjoy that. So,
I think you might regret that decision.
we'll see what happens. Ooh.
That's Percy trusting Laban way more than he does Recloria.
So, just a little heads up, I think my internet minorly crashed for a moment.
Oh no, let me double check Twitch real quick.
Yeah, double check on the Twitch stuff. We'll keep going, just let me know where
it
the
crashed,
last...
it's back.
Okay, but where did the last video end off? I need to know what was missed.
I am not
So-
sure.
That's fine. If
It's
you can
still
double
going.
check, that'd be great. It's still going right now, so we're going to keep going. But
Mm-hmm.
Ethan, if you can hop on and just double check quickly. Because
Yeah, I
won't need you
gotcha.
for a moment. Thank you, sir.
Mhm.
Zorai, the waitress does come out and she looks a little scuffled up a bit and smiles at you and walks off. And Hank comes out with a big grin on his face. He's like, no shit. Zorai!
What's up, man? It's been a
It's-
while.
Absolutely. Hey. Come back here, man. come on.
I go with them without hesitation.
Brings you back, produces a couple of glasses, fills them up with what you can see is the good stuff.
Oh, it's the good
Hands
stuff.
one to you. He's like, yeah, this whole event, man, I was able to work in with the whole governments, allowing me to bring in my drink. Took a lot of work, but dancing hair, only place you'll find it. We're charging 10 gold per drink.
Holy shit.
We're getting a huge profit, man. But
I
what you
can only
doing
imagine.
here?
I don't know. Honestly, I think some of my party wants to fight. I think.
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
it's a place to be. Place to be.
I heard festival and I was all in.
Well, of course. Absolutely. Hey, I'll let the head here. I don't know his name. I never bothered. I'll let him know you're drinking on me.
Oh, you're too kind.
Just
I'm
you.
gonna throw
Don't
back.
tell your crew.
Oh, of course. Like it would matter anyways. Bunch of straight edges.
I
throw
think-
back a
Goose
shot.
would
All
never shut
that-
up about you.
I think
Oh,
all that was
Goose.
missed was the permission that Paraspidus gave.
Okay.
So
Brilliant.
I think that's about it. It was just a little bit RP. that
Important
kept
to note,
cutting.
though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Zorai has permission from Paraspidus to roam the city all he likes. Anyway,
Mhm.
carry on. Thank you, Ethan.
Yes.
Goose. Oh man. I don't even remember the night I had with her, man. All I know is I didn't have as much gold as I remembered having.
Yeah, she said that. There's ways to make your money back, though, man. I mean, that's the way of gambling. Sometimes you lose, but you can win here. There's gambling dens around here in certain spots.
I'll have to figure out a way to find them unless you want to show me at some point. You know, until you're not yet.
If I get the time, I'll come find you. But, you know, I'm peddling my wares in a place I could never peddle them, so I might be busy the whole time.
That's
but-
fair enough.
I'm gonna try
Hey,
now that I
late
know
night.
you're here. My favorite tieflings. Have you met a Fury yet? She's awesome.
I have not, but I've heard
She's here. You just gotta find
very
Blod.
amazing things.
Either that or fly 500 feet in the air and take a look around. You'll probably see her then.
Do that. And I pull out my my bottle of what did I write? Pretty full bottle of amazing liquor. And I pour him a shot. And I pour myself a shot.
It's Laban stuff or chlorine stuff?
Just try it. And I'll tell you.
Oh, that. So when you reach in to grab that, it's not there.
Son of
You got duped. You got bamboozled.
You can, if you'd like, give me an Arcana check.
I knew that was going to happen.
I will attempt. I figured as much, but hey, he never hurts and he didn't say anything, so I thought I got away with it.
No, I didn't say
13.
anything until you pulled it out again.
No, I know.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're not entirely familiar with the magics, but there are ways to extend space the way you saw. But an after effect of that is basically anything you find in the place will not leave the place.
Damn, you should have given me the gold anyway, so then just watch me get really sad when I didn't have it.
That's too complicated. The alcohol I thought would be enough. Which, seeing the disappointment on your face,
Glorious,
did I
he
lose
says.
something?
Yeah. I guess not really, though, because it technically never had it, but it is what it is. I thought I had some. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Hey, there's plenty of the good stuff here, man. He pours out another drink. Basically, he catches up with you. Essentially, what you hear mostly with Hank is his aspirations in trying to get enough brew done to bring to this event, and the fact that he was even working on getting the alcohol delivered to Lithrom when you first met him. Like, he's been planning this out with the people for quite some time, trying to get his wares to be sold, and specifically at the dancing hair. Yeah, less of a profit, but give me an insight check.
I don't know why I keep using D&D Beyond.
Yeah, I don't know why either.
7. Because when the rolls don't matter for something I actually care
Okay.
about, they just give me shit.
That's it. That's all you get then. Is him talking
I'm
about
gonna give him
that.
props on the waitress.
Oh, he
Like,
thanks
yeah, I
you
know. I
profusely.
saw it. I know what you were doing.
He knows what he's doing too. We will move to.
Scoundrel.
You're there for quite some time. I want to save what's happening to Paraspidus and Brolog for last. So, your Londriel and Anubisai
Yes.
heading off to the temple.
Yeah. Yeah. We go ahead.
It doesn't take you long to find a guard.
Okay.
Who they do give you instructions, because there are lots of guards around. It is definitely with Reclorians being here, there is a sense of the Reclorians, they're kind of trying to separate themselves a bit from the Labon, and the Labon's doing the same thing with Recloria, but they're all still occupying the same place, like the spirit of cooperation, but you do see a lot of guards around.
We flag one, or I flag one. Yeah.
I've only seen him there once, but
He doesn't have to happen to do any night flying or day flying, does he?
I haven't seen that. Then again, it's a big city. You never know.
Well, I reach into my pocket and I pull out a gold and I say, if he happens by, tell him I'm here. Tell him your Landriel's here. And then I'm going to give him the gold.
He takes him. Oh, thank you for your donation to the church. Of course, I'll let him know if I see him.
Yeah. Well, good luck with this, I say, as I kind of like gesture with my eyes to how many people are stacked up in here. And then I nod at Anubisai and we leave.
Unless Anubisai has anything.
Yes, unless you have anything.
I was debating it, but I'm not going to start trouble.
Now, currently the bet is that Zorai will.
Is the current bet. I am going to later on today at sunset go to the beach. But other than that, I'm just going to regroup with the rest of the group and figure everything out.
Back to the dancing hair and such for a while.
Yep.
Okay, Anubisai, are you following for that, or are you doing anything particular yourself?
I'll follow.
Okay. Paraspidus and Brolog. Orin guides you up to a couple of flights of stairs to the 3rd floor. The rooms here are... The doors are a bit more spaced out, giving the impression that the rooms are bigger than the ones on the 2nd floor. He guides you to a back door, unlocks it, opens it, and walks in, expecting the both of you to follow after him.
Do whatever Percy does.
Oh, I follow in.
When you get in, he shuts the door, looks around, walks to the curtains, pulls down one of the curtains, pulls down another, finishes off the 3rd window. Both of you give me an Arcana check.
Boy.
Rough.
19.
Ah, got caught on the side. 5.
19. With your 5, you can't tell anything, Brolog, but with your 19, Paraspidus, he just cast a spell.
Can't tell what
You
kind
can't
of spell.
tell what kind of spell. But you know, it wasn't affecting you or Brolog, it was affecting the room.
I'm going to softly gesture to Brolog with my hand kind of and then have my other hand just touch my weapon.
Orin turns
Well,
to you
Mark pulls
both.
out his axe.
Prologue, you would see him touching his weapon.
Burlock does take out his axe.
I
Not
knew
aggressively.
it.
Not aggressively, but
I knew
just
it.
takes it out.
Orin looks at you both and goes, "Oh goodness, no, you don't need to do that. Sorry, I had to make sure everything was prepared before, Praspidis, come on." He waves his hand, and the illusion around his body fades. And there you see a tattooed individual with a tattoo going across the bridge of his nose, from one side of the eye over to the other. Bearded.
Oh my.
Looking
This
at
is Nero,
you,
right?
going, "It's me, Nero. I thought you would recognize me down there, but apparently you can't see through illusions anymore. Hi, Brolog, sorry. I know of you, I never met you."
Should I
This-
attack this man?
No. This is Nero. This is the prince. This is actually a really good friend of mine. Do not worry, Burlock.
Yeah.
Very good.
Sorry, I couldn't tell you who reserved your rooms for you. Open ears. You're fine here. Everything can't see through these walls or hear anything, so that was what I was preparing for.
Excellent. Your not being on the other end of the string, by the way, has led to many interesting conversations with your father.
Oh, yeah, good luck with that. He's a strange individual, set on his ways and all that. Sorry, I did it.
I noticed.
I did it. I managed to do it. I figured it out. I know how to go from one place to another, but I got it
Is
wrong.
this person dumb in the head?
No, actually, Burlock, he's brilliant.
Is he?
We're just sort of speaking in Magus at the moment.
Which, at this point, Prologue, yes, you don't understand what they're saying anymore. They are speaking in Magus, a language you do not understand.
Should I leave you with your friend?
If you have something you would rather do, Burlock, please go right ahead. I am perfectly safe here.
Very well. Prologue leaves and goes back downstairs.
How terribly considerate of him.
Yes, he's a
Good man.
he's a very good employee.
I imagine. We paid him a lot. Okay, so you're here. You're here now. I have a lot of questions. A lot of things to clarify for a moment. For example, Andreans, they do not take time into the same consideration that we do. So their year is different. What year is it?
If the year is different, hold on. Do I know what year it is? I should know
You
what
would.
year it is.
Yes.
I tell him the year.
Okay, that will suffice. He's... Okay. Interesting. Right, because I've been gone for 120.
That explains the beard. The sudden disappearance. I need you to look at something quickly, Nero. You might not actually be the first, or maybe I'm reading. No, I would be able to read your text just fine. No, you may actually not be the first Magus to dabble in teleportation that might have taken you elsewhere.
Oh,
And
no,
I pull out the
didn't end up
Magus
here.
tome.
That wasn't teleportation, no. I ended up in a different place.
I hand him the Magus book and I say, that's what this book's been talking about from what I've been able to understand so far.
Give me an insight check.
I'm going to use sorry, my superiority dice for this. Sorry. 22.
22. There is a degree of when you see he looks at this, and his eyes move as though he's reading it at first, and then it kind of stops and shimmers. This looks very familiar. Strangely
Can you read?
familiar. It'll take me a moment, but I think it'll be easier to read than most others. It looks like a handwriting I've read before, but it's changed.
Mhm. There is another Magus in operation here in Andrea,
Oh, yes, I know.
other than you and Kostia.
Oh, yeah, that's why I've been in hiding.
Yeah, that makes sense. Do you know whom?
Oh, no idea. I don't want to make myself
neither do
known.
I.
I'm trying to find my sister first. Oh, which...
Yeah, you're.
How long have you been here? Because I've been here for almost 8 months.
How long have we been here? We've been
6
here
months.
for 6 months. 6 months. All right, you've been. Wow. Okay, time. You definitely jumped through time then, because 8 months ago, you and I had beers. Lots of them.
Who? He closes the book, hands it to you. He's like, I probably shouldn't be dabbling with that.
I put the book back in my bag of holding.
It's 'cause
Nero. I have a feeling Kostia came over here to follow in what she might have caught on as another Magus in operation, causing strings to be pulled. And at the moment, she is in Laban's highest security prison,
Ooh,
and
what?
told me, yes.
First off, if she's here looking for someone, it might be me. She and I are connected, and if I've been here for 8 months and you've only known about this for 6 months, she could have sensed a connection with me over here. That being confusing, went off by herself. But at the same time, she could have run into some research. She was always more dabbling in the books. It could be anything. But if she's in the prison, that means you haven't found her yet.
I mean, I haven't found her literally physically. I just know she's in the high security prison for Laban. When she and I connected, she did expressly tell me to assist your Laundriel, one of those hired to assist me, in what he was doing while she continued to do whatever it was she was doing. Which is what leads me to think that she's not here following you.
Well, you would know more than I. I've been hiding most of the time. Have you been followed?
Undoubtedly.
Ever since I've gotten here, I've been followed by something. Never caught sight of it.
Smiling?
No, I have no idea. Just the presence.
Have you heard of the Smiling Man yet?
By rumor, yes. Old fairy tale.
It's not a fairy tale. We've had interactions with the individual, and I've met someone who was, for lack of a better way of putting it, tortured by the individual.
Interesting.
I have a feeling there may be connections between the Smiling Man and whatever Magus is in operation, whether they're in league or maybe the same person, who knows. At least it seems like they have some connections together. And I have a feeling they might want the war to continue.
Well, that's almost shitty of them.
Mm-hmm.
This war's just costing thousands of lives. Well, either way, it sounds like you're doing well. I will look into the Smiling Man. See what I can discern, what I can find out. I'm going to have to move from city to city, and it's going to be a bit risky for the identity. I don't want them knowing there's another Magus walking around this place.
Best to keep yourself hidden.
Yes, well, if my sister was arrested and thrown into a high-security prison, then the likelihood is they'll do the same to me.
I truthfully believe she put herself there. I don't think she was
I don't know. That doesn't sound like
purposely.
Kostya to me. She's always cautious, worried about getting into trouble.
So that's why I further think she put herself there, because why else would she be there?
That is a question to ponder. I'll think about that. Either way, I need
Suffice
to get
it
back
to
down
say,
there.
Yes, I'll let you get away, and I'll let you know, in the cities that I have been to that they knew of her, especially here in Laban, they have liked her so far. So
What's
that's
not to like
another
about
thing.
her? She's adorable.
Well, exactly. Anyway, I'll let you get back to work.
Yeah, work. Oh, I don't like that. When he turns to go to the door, you, for the first time, realize he's not dressed anywhere near as regally as he typically is. His clothes are very much of the commoner. And go ahead and give me. I'm gonna say either insight or investigation.
Insight is my best one.
Same. Same.
6.
Ouch. Yeah,
Yeah.
I rolled a 2.
Yeah, he looks older.
Hmm.
What he basically told you kind of looks like what he said. But you can't quite tell anything there in between. He opens the door, looks back, and now having readorned his disguise. Good luck. Oh, and by the way, I know my father would appreciate it, so I went ahead and did it. I've signed you up for the team trials. Last slot, you're known as the Quaylin Wanderers, or the Quaylin Few. Good luck! Closes the door.
Hmm.
All right. I'm going to go over to one of the windows, open the shade again, and look out at the city and just kind of sit there pondering for a moment.
Okay. Brolog. When
You're muted.
get down and leave the room and get down to the inn area again, it's still packed. There's waitresses wandering around in multiple locations. But go ahead and give me a perception check. This could be with advantage.
That's a 5.
Okay. What are you doing?
Well. He doesn't know what to do with his free time. The place is full, right? There aren't like tables available.
No, nothing's available. It is jam-packed.
Okay, in that case, he will go outside and search for Carson.
Okay. As you start fighting your way through the crowd, you get a hand on your chest, kind of blocking your way for a moment. It is a much larger hand than what you would expect. It's hairier, and when you look over, you see this brim-sideburned, human-looking individual. He's got long, tufted brown hair poking out, and this smile that has the impressions of pokey teeth on the inside. He's very, very hairy and has this bright, vibrant green eyes. He looks at you and is like, "You one of them Quailans?"
I look down at his hand and don't say anything.
He removes it. Moving with gusto. Figured it was the only way I could stop you.
I am from Quayla. And you are?
Byron. Byron Longtooth.
Oh, hello, Byron Longtooth. What brings you to this very full city?
Obligation. Duty. Why don't you join me and my wife? We've got a table over here.
Okay.
He starts guiding you through the crowd, and you can see him wave at the bar. One of the individuals acknowledges and starts filling up a tankard. It gets you to the area.
going.
There's a... She looks like a slender frame individual with slick, pulled back hair and a ponytail. Is currently looking down at a dagger, kind of fiddling with it, sitting at a completely empty table. There's a bit of a 5-foot circle around it as everyone is cleanly and clearly giving them space. Pushes you through and ushers you to a seat, and he sits down and occupies the other side. And told you I'd get him. I wasn't questioning whether or not you'd get him. Just questioning whether or not he'd come and sit and have a drink with us. My apologies. Constance. Constance Slithertongue. Pleasure to meet you.
I do not know if it is a pleasure, but greetings.
We've heard a lot about you. You have a tendency of mixing up a bit. From the reports we've read, you're the one who always wants to pull out that axe and have a little fun.
Admit I do like pulling out the axe, and it is fun. Who are these reports from, and why are you reading them?
Well, I guess it is probably more appropriate for us to tell then. We're Alpha A. Part of them, at least. Needle told us about you.
Needle is not a friend.
He may not be a friend of you, but he traveled you for a day or two. Heard everything we need to know.
Very good. What is this Alpha A?
Fighters for the Liban army.
Interesting. A specific kind?
Yeah. Only one of us that's human is Thalia. Kind of grins at that. He's like, you're just now realizing we ain't human, aren't you?
Don't particularly care. You are a very hairy individual.
Gets worse.
You have scales underneath?
Not him. I do.
What race does that make you?
Us? We're from a place called Beastbane. Our race got eliminated by them Reclorians a few years back. Came up with a whole invasion army. We're all that's left.
Those Florians. Quick to anger they are, and stupid action.
Oh, that we agree with.
Good. Why did you wish to speak with me?
Figured it'd be interesting too.
Do you have any tattoos?
Not me personally.
That is a shame. And you, miss?
Me neither. All our stuff comes naturally.
I see. Do you know anything about tattoos?
Nope, he says, putting his legs up on one of the chairs. You can enlighten us if you'd like.
Well, one must always take every opportunity to spread word of holiness.
We can easily
Ah,
say that you RP your whole thing of holiness
Yeah,
at
yeah,
this
it's-
point, as you've explained it quite a few times. But that'll take a while. They do, from that point, just basically ask you about tattoos, trying to get into the information of where yours come from and why you have them, and what your
if
thoughts
they
are.
do
from there.
bring Burlock a drink, he does sniff it for poisons and other ill
Okay.
effects.
Give me a survival check. Survival or nature. Because they do bring you
I'm
a
gonna go to the
drink.
bathroom real quick.
Okay.
Be right
Okay.
back.
So, if I'm smelling it for the survival, I still get advantage on that bit. So that's
I
what
would
I'm
say
doing.
yes.
Okay. 19.
19, it's ale. No poison present from what you can tell.
Cool. Did you want me to roll nature as well? Is that what
No,
you said?
no, or.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Great. Okay, well, then I drink the ale. Okay, cool.
And they drink heartily with you.
And I tell them all about tattoos and their holiness.
During that time, Zorai, what were you doing particularly? Still can't hear you.
I could only do that one. That's weird. There's a couple things I wanted to do after catching up with Hank, besides having him show me to a gambling den. First one is I wanted to try to find basically the archer, like the thing that a place to upgrade my bow again. So like
Okay.
a weaponsmith,
Like an
or
equipment location.
Yeah.
There are a few around, but give me an investigation check all the same. At this point, it is getting later into the day, and a lot of people more are starting to head towards the center of the town.
15.
15. You do find one. There is a stall. Looks to be of a all Reclorian make, but finer wares, and interesting upgrades for longbows, crossbows, and shortbows alike.
I'm gonna walk in and see if there's anyone or see who's there rather, if it's open.
It is open. There is an elven individual standing on the other end of the stall, kind of telling people about some of his wares and directing other individuals from here and there, making some sales when he can.
I'm gonna wait till I can get a second to ask about my bow, and I'm gonna ask him if I can. There are any upgrades I could do, or what upgrades he can do to my bow, because it is different than
You show him the bow.
original. Yeah.
He takes a good look at it. This is a very fine make. Whoever made this is an expert in his craft. You've got one upgrade already onto it. The best I can do, unfortunately for you, is replace the string, make it a bit more tense and stronger.
That's unfortunate. I was hoping for a little bit more than that, but what did that cost me?
Only about 5 or so gold. It would just increase the amount of... It might increase your distance, but that's a little disputed. at this point. I think my strings do, despite all the press.
I don't know. I think I'm good on that. Sorry. Thank you. And I leave.
Would you like your bow back?
Of course.
Oh, good.
Sorry, I've had
Well,
a few drinks. My bad. Thank you.
Unfortunate you remembered. I would like to have kept that one. Come back later. I might have something more for you. It's just different make. I need to think about it.
I'll try to remember. And then I'm gonna leave, and then, like Brolog was trying to do, I'm gonna try to find Carson.
Okay. Yolondriel and Ubasai, anything you two in particular are doing?
I'm waiting until it starts to get to the point where I have to start walking west to get there by sunset. And then I'm going to look at Anubisai and say, all right, well, I'm going to go try and find the Semlar guy. Hopefully he decides to go watch the sunset again.
So, before that
Mhm.
happens, or like basically while you're saying that to Anubisai, you've both arrived back at the Dancing Hare at this point. The sun is getting. I mean, you're at the point where Brolog, when you walk in, you see Brolog sitting at a table with two individuals, and he's explaining something to them. And you say that, and close to that time, the two individuals at your table, Brolog, look at you, and Warren says, "Right, well, opening ceremony is about to begin. We need to be up there with the king as he pronounces his speech and all that. You have any intentions of coming up for that?"
I do not know what my duties hold for that. But I wanted to say my apologies to Needle if you see him. I misremembered. I have no anger towards him.
Oh. I'm sure they'd appreciate that greatly. Plus, they're quite fascinated with you and your group, so I'm sure Needle will be paying their homage soon and saying hello.
Excellent.
Oh, and Thalia too, heads up on that. She was very interested in your group when you arrived.
Good knowledge, thank you.
Well, conscience, we best get going on. Perhaps we'll see you later. We're not allowed to compete inside the games. Apparently, it's a bit of a disadvantage. Bull in my mind.
I agree.
Got our own kind of demonstration, though. It's happening on the 5th day. You should come by and see it if you can.
Excellent, if my duties allow.
Alright, of course, we understand that. See you around, Brolo. He offers you over a hand.
Brolog gives him the hand.
When you shake, you feel the knuckles, the metal knuckles he's got worn on his hand. Didn't quite recognize him at first, but he's been equipped this entire time with not brass knuckles, but they're made of a sturdier and harder metal.
I like your hands.
I like them too.
Best of luck on the day.
Same with you. Have fun. Constance looks at you and gives you a nod. Blinks at you once, and when you see her eyes in between these two blinks, they're more of a reptilian type eye structure. These long irises. She blinks again, then winks, and walks off.
Luck winks back.
The two of you, Yolondriel and Anubisai, would see this, as would you, Paraspidus, as you come down from your room area joining them, because I think that's after a while, I mean, you've been staring out the window for a while at this point. What are you doing after that?
Well, actually, since it's getting later in the day and the opening ceremony stuff's gonna start soon, huh?
Yep.
I would go down, yes.
So you would see these two individuals leaving the table that Brolog is sitting at. And Eulondril and Nubasai close to the door still. No Zara.
Okay. I guess we just rejoined the group.
Best location being
Reconvene
Brolog's
on
table.
Brolog's table. Yep.
Okay.
Get there. What are you all doing?
I'm going to say, well, I'm going to ask. Go ahead.
We've already been signed up for the team battle.
Huh. Well, that's great.
unfortunate.
Yeah,
Like I have other shit to do
right.
this day.
I don't know when the team battles are. I'm gonna go find out.
Company.
Yeah.
Give me an intelligence with advantage.
$17.
17. As you say that, you remember Blood telling you about when certain events were happening, and you know that the team battles are held at the end of the festival. So either on the 7th or the 8th day.
And this is day 1?
This is day 1.
Oh god, so we're gonna be here for a while.
You screwed
Well-
DM out of his first festival. He's getting it this
You
time.
won't have this festival, damn it! No, actually,
gonna
that's...
Well, in that case,
I'm going to ask, so what's the plan for tonight then?
We also have rooms here. So we've got 2 of those. I'll plop one of the keys down on the table. I'm gonna go visit these opening ceremonies. I'm not gonna be too out in the open about it. I'm just gonna go. I mean, obviously we stand out like sore thumbs anyway, so probably get noticed as it is, but I'm gonna go check those out. I'm gonna find out where the team battles are being held and exactly what time on the last day, I think it was. And and then figure out what to do from there, I guess.
Have the next 2 days to find my Aarakocra. Well, let's go outside and get ready for this festival.
Indeed. And I start heading out the door.
Same.
Say,
Nubasai, you following after? Okay. And Zorai, give me an investigation check.
Screw you, D&D Beyond. Should have stuck with D&D Beyond.
Oh shit.
Got up an 11.
An 11. Large amounts of the crowds are moving towards the center of the town. Many of them, and it takes you a very long time. It's towards the point where guards are beginning to shout out into the crowds, "Opening ceremonies about to begin! Head to the arena!" When you find Carson finally on not the southernmost road that you entered, but one of the adjacent roads, having found a spot to set up his stall area. He's just putting a few items down. That'll go great there. And I think this one will be displayed nicely here. What do you think? Oh, you're just thinking about the stable. Well, I'll find you one soon. Sorry. We got in later than expect. Oh, Hi, Zarai.
Looks pretty good if you ask me.
Oh, why thank you. I put a lot of work into this. I hope I can sell some stuff. Not that I need to.
Oh?
I'm the only seller of magic tattoos. Do you think I'm poor?
Not what I meant by that. Oh.
Oh,
Just
that's what I
don't need.
perceived. Can I help you?
I was looking to acquire one of these magical tattoos. Don't know exactly what I want. The last tattoo I got ripped off of me because he didn't perceive it holy enough for him.
Hmm.
But anyways, that's in the past.
Amusing.
What do you have to offer?
I have a lot of things. But for now, I'm not selling. I'm about to head to the opening ceremonies. A tattoo would take a while to deliver.
Oh, here, I'll go with you. Care if we talk along the way? So I
Of course.
kind of just get a heads up on what you're offering.
What would you like? He says as he begins to walk the direction of the crowds. Excuse me.
Damn, I didn't think I'd get to this point so quick.
Well, you're here now, boyo.
What types of effects, I guess, would be the better thing, and then I'll be able to come up with a design based off of it,
Well,
or just
I
an
can
example.
give you tattoos that store spells, ones that increase the likelihood of you evading attacks, certain ones that give you other abilities to assist in your attacks, ones that could do damage and then heal you in response. I have got a bit of a wide array.
Really like the the evade attacks. That would be very helpful, as I don't do good when I get hit.
Not many people do.
Kind of like that idea. I might go with that. So, and I'm just gonna walk in silence. Like I'm literally not even flying. I'm just walking in silence into the opening
Wow.
festivals after that.
Those tattoos aren't entirely cheap to come by. I do have a few pre-made already, but they would cost at least 1,000 gold. I would need to check my ledgers.
You're so poor.
Still richer than you.
If only you weren't an alcoholic.
How is 946 gold poor?
Didn't you get a loan? Didn't you get
I
a
didn't get a
loan
loan.
halfway through, like 2 weeks ago? You got like a
No,
loan?
I sold my sword. Because or
Oh,
not
'cause
my
you
sword.
needed it.
I sold Lady Galani's sword because I don't need it.
No, you
Sword.
needed the money. That's what I mean.
I wanted the money. I don't need jack shit. When we come back to this conversation, I gotta work out how I want to word this, and it's tricky.
Well, there are lesser ones I could do. It would be a minor increase, but I could do it for 750. A bit more of an increase is 1,500. And then a big increase. That's 5,000. The arena is beginning to come into your sight, and as for the rest of you, you see it beforehand, and you get there just in time to get a high stacks seating area. So you can be within. Zorai, you will kind of be standing in a crowd. You won't have a seat.
As soon as we like get there, take a flight and get in like right above the middle of the crowd.
There's no one else flying, and when you start to unfurl your wings, Carson does stop you and say, The king's going to be presenting. Anyone flying in the air is going to be shot down. I would advise against that.
I mean, and I don't.
For the rest of you, for the sight that you will see when you get to this location, it is very much like the Grand Colosseum in Italy. The Colosseum itself that the Romans built. It's very large. There are statues of individuals on the outside of its pillars, columns. It's oval in shape, and the center of it is roughly around that 250 feet wide with a 200-foot depth area of sorts. The ground is sand and loose stone all over. There are several gates leading into the arena itself. And at the center currently, there is an open slot. A darkened open slot leading into the ground itself. And many of the people are crowding around and entering in. Lots of different races, lots of different individuals, all talking amongst themselves. Bit of a buzz and an excitement to what's going to be happening. Zora, did you have anything?
If it's like the Coliseum, can I go to the outside and fly to the top and like rest up on top?
You can.
You could.
Give me
I
a
would like
perception
to.
check.
I would like to attempt to do that. 15.
15. When you do, Carson, he gives you his goodbye and says good luck finding a place. And you fly up. There is another individual sitting on top of one of the walls in the back end. Kind of, it's out of sight, but it can still be seen. And they are just sitting there, kind of kicking their feet while sitting on the wall, staring down into the center.
I'm gonna go like 20 feet away from him and just kind of basically do the same thing. And then pull out my cast flask and take a swig.
Okay.
And then offer it to him.
It's 20 feet away.
I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna kind of like gesture because it's kind of, I'm just kind of like
They
not invading space.
Do not notice you.
I'm gonna whistle.
Give me a performance check. Loud arena.
Davin.
They don't move, they don't budge. And then you hear horns. All of you hear horns getting trumpeted out. Some of the side gates open up on the inside of the arena, and certain individuals start walking out. Brolog, you immediately recognize Borin and Constance walking out of two of the side entrances, looking around and examining the crowds. At one end, there is another individual. Looks like a human male of some kind, just dressed mediocrely, looking around. A fully cloaked individual, you can't see any of the facial features, much disguised and hidden away as Carson was. The one that would attract your attention, Eulandriel, is the fully armored and metal-clad individual that walks out of the northern gate. There is a soft glow to certain parts of their armor, and it's not just them that captures your attention, it's the small amulet you see embedded in the armor, glowing with the rest of it, slightly and gently pulsing. The rest of you also see a very familiar shape, Needle, dash out of one of the entrances, kind of look around a little excitedly. Paraspidus, they make eye contact with you and kind of give you a wave. Most of the crowd has quieted down at this point as the center platform raises up with a very large figure standing close to the center of it. But alongside of him is Chancellor Brimlin Soth. They are both lifted up on this platform. The large individual is cloaked and wearing a mask. Disguised, but you can see there is a crown shape at the top of their head. Excuse the dogs, they've been talkative. And as it lifts and finishes, another individual walks out from one of the corridors, looks around, and it is a very large metal. You almost, having traveled with the Nubisai, you almost mistaken this individual as an iron golem. But you quickly realize it is not. It is elegant, golden lines, beautifully made, crafted in gorgeous full plate armor, with a helmet that has a large orange and gold fire type plume on top of it. They have a very large shield strapped to their back, along with a very large blade strapped behind it. They walk up, turn. Each of them and the other individuals take a place in a position. And you hear for the first time call out. Thank you, everyone, for joining us in our first ever Conglomerates Games, including all known kinds within Andrea. I welcome you to Le Bon. I welcome you to our festivities. In the spirit of collaboration, all hostilities are being put aside by those at war with each other, so we can come together as a continent of one, as a people united for at least a short time. He goes on to speak of different aspects, prosperities, the meetings of new kinds, the encountering of those at Zarthor only a few years prior, and the conglomeration and collaboration with those in Drunok to finally start trading and delivering goods to those in continental Andrea. All prosperous and happy things. The whole time, Brimlin Soth is standing there smiling and just nodding his head. And then in the end, the king finishes his delivery saying, "And finally a little word from the Chancellor." Soth steps forward. Yes, thank you everyone from Agloria for coming here and traveling to join in with these wonderful festivities. I hope that everything goes well and we can at the very least agree with each other for this short time frame. And if I may, King. The king gives a nod. Let the festivities commence. With that, there is a loud cheer from the crowd, as everyone starts whooping and hollering, and the ground, with the king and the chancellor, now joined by this large metal-clad figure, begins to shift down again, hiding them away. And the individuals standing in the arena area kind of wait, watch the crowds, and then disappear themselves. From this point, give me a perception check. Everyone.
21.
16.
21, 16.
16 as well.
16 as well.
6.
That's a 2, isn't it? Yeah, that's a 2.
You're muted.
Not
You're
muted. We would be able
muted.
to hear you.
Yeah. That's, I believe, in overall, that is a 0.
Yeah,
Which
he's just like,
means, yeah. Nubisai didn't see any of that or notice. Everyone except for Anubisai and Paraspidus, you see a very familiar satyr standing a few rows down, waving at you all, shouting, trying to shout through the crowds. This is Blood. You recognize Blood as he's trying to capture your attention. Yeah,
Okay,
sorry,
I
you're
kind
sort
of-
not respond.
I give Paraspidus an elbow, and then I point down.
Oh. I guess he wants us to go join him. Okay. Or
He starts fighting his way through the crowds and going up against
Something.
everyone else. A couple of minutes or so pass and he gets to you all and says, "Hey! I see you guys made it. It's great.
We did.
Ulrich is really excited about the fight, though it might take a little taking to get you in with his bracket. We're signed up for the team fights, and he signed up for the individual, hoping he might face you."
Yeah. What bracket is he in?
Let me just check the paper. The paper's here. He wrote it down for me. Let's see. There's someone named Laszlo. Ulrich. Oh, third bracket. He's in bracket C.
How many brackets would I have to move up to get there?
Well, it fully depends. I mean, they're all broken off into 8 different brackets in a district area. The brackets all face down with 2 fights each bracket, leading to a victor in that. If they want to continue on, they can go for the grand prize. He's eager to continue on through, but if you end up in the wrong bracket, you won't be able to face him until the grand prize section of the fights.
And I assume he doesn't want to do this outside of the arena.
He's fine doing it outside, but we can't. Strict orders from Sabjas, our leader. Any fighting has to be contracted or through competition means of this kind.
What a place, I say. And everybody notices, probably by this point, that my tattoos are like glowing a little bit because I'm a little bit agitated. And I'm like, okay, I'll get started tomorrow. Paraspidus, I'll be back in a bit, I say, and I push on through the crowd.
Hey!
I go with him. Should I go with him?
I think he's probably fine on his own, but if you'd like to go with him, go for it.
Nah.
So, Blood,
Yeah, what's up?
I heard you have a tiefling on your team.
Tiefling?
Yeah, winged one that flies and looks a little bit like Zarai, but probably darker.
Oh! That's what you call them. Yeah, we call them horned ones, but yeah, I guess so.
The prologue interrupts and says, "Never mind," and he runs off after the line.
Give me a perception check.
Smelling for a scent.
You can, Too many people.
Too many people.
people
Okay.
for a very singular race.
13.
13. Still fairly easy to find him. You do
Yes.
see him in the crowd. It's going to take you a bit to get to him, though.
I go after.
Okay.
Okay.
The Blood looks at him and is like, yeah, a fury. We call them horned ones because, you know, she's got horns. Didn't know what else. Waiting on the collective to finish that off.
Oh,
Whatever.
yay, the collective.
Yeah, screw them, man. Just, taxes. It's all they care about. Anyway.
Does she have sticky fingers?
Oh, hell yeah, she does.
She
Something
has
of pride and
something of mine.
What'd she take?
Notes. Written in a language she will never be able to read.
Zorai, where's your attention right now?
So like when the king finished speaking, I literally don't know what the hell is going on with these guys. Like I don't even know where they are in the crowd. So as soon as the king finishes speaking, I'm gonna kind of like try to get the other guy's attention. Just like, I don't even care. I'm just leaving. I'm done.
For a moment, like right when you're starting to get up, after failing at getting the other person's attention, you see them reach up and grab their ear. And then a movement of just general disdain, and then pitch black wings unfurl behind them. They jump off the edge and start flying towards an area in the arena.
I'm gonna stand up and spread my wings, then just continue to watch.
You would see fairly quickly from the emptying arena and crowds leaving that they are moving towards a stationary group. One of them you recognize to be Anubisai, the other one being Prospidus, along with Blood.
Don't care. I leave. I'm
Okay.
just flying down to like the general masses and landing and trying to find someone to talk to about a gambling den.
Okay. Prospidus and Anubisai, you both see this individual with not white wings like Zorai has, but pitch black. Come up, land. They have a face mask kind of going over with a hood. One of the eyes is the right eye. It's like a blotch, like someone took bleach and dumped it on a colored shirt, and then it stained that shirt with a bleach stain. Something like that kind of a stain on their face. They are black as the night, but that one spot is white, pure snow white. Along
You
with
happen
the
to have a black spot there, Zare? You know? Like puzzle pieces, you guys fit in together nice and snug.
But they land, and you hear them start to speak. But I only took it because it was interesting, okay? I mean, seriously, I've never seen this language before. It doesn't matter. It wasn't yours to take. Give it back. Fine. Reaches into a bag, pulls out a series of parchments, offers them over to you without making eye contact, looking down the whole time. It's like, I was only able to make out certain number sequence. Everything else is just foreign to me. I didn't have enough time to study them. I'm sorry.
Without taking his eyes off of her, Prospidus will take them. But his glare very quickly fades as he puts them in his bag of holding. And says, it's written in Magus, which is incredibly difficult for anyone to try and read without first knowing the individual who wrote it. Even for me, as a Magus. I will then tie the
Magus?
bag. I nod as I'm tying the bag of holding very tight, and I put it as close to me as possible.
I've never seen a kind like you before. I mean, you've got a mark on your face and everything. You look like a half elf.
I mean, there's some semblances between Magus and half elves. We are both quite magically inclined, but
Well,
I
I wouldn't
am
know
not.
that much about half elves. I mean, they're not really entirely smiled upon. They're more frowned upon of a race. The only place I can meet them is Nutra. Maybe Shallows too. There's a few half elves. Where's Zarai? I heard he's a tiefling like me.
Just gonna do a quick look around.
Would you been
I
flying?
would look. Yes.
Oh, sweet. She doesn't even pay attention to what you're saying after that. Jumps and unfurls her wings and starts flying off. As Bloods
I
looks...
double check my bag.
Okay, apparently she saw him sitting up there with him as well, didn't pay attention to him because she didn't care, but now is beginning to actually care. That you gotta understand, she's the only one of her kind here. I mean, it's rare.
That's why I knew she was the one who took what I had.
That would make sense.
Yep.
But wait, if... Zara is a tiefling too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, shit. All right. Yeah, no. She can do whatever she wants. Out of range at this point, but yeah. Well, he's got a fun conversation to go ahead. She's a bit eccentric, can you tell?
I can indeed.
And hey, dude, sorry about that. Whatever I can do to help you repay for that, I will. She's got sticky fingers, man. No matter what
I
say.
got them back. That's what matters. I don't think I will be able to trust another person in this land with my stuff.
I would say just wait till you're in the Shallows estate, but no, man, it's worse there. It's so much worse there. Right, well, hey, I'm here too. What are you guys doing? What are you planning? I mean, if you need any help, I can tell you we've studied this vigorously. We are going to be doing everything we can to get so much money. A lot of betting.
I am going to probably spend most of my time studying, because that's what I like to do. Except for during the team battle, in which I will be participating, because that is what I have been asked to do.
Yeah, same here.
Indeed.
Did you hear what socket you're in?
No, I'm actually about to head over there to find out all the details concerning what needs to be done and what has been done and what will be done.
Because we're signed up too.
Do you know? Well, I mean, I assume you would know where these signups are, because I have no idea where they are.
Well, I mean, I know where the signups are because we signed up for them. They're in one of the eastern entrances areas. I mean, that's one of them. There's several around in the entire city itself. But if you're signed up, then the brackets might be full. At this point, you'd just be able to tell what number. But
that's
if you
what
signed up, then
for.
you should have been told what number you're at. Like we're
I
number
didn't
7.
do the
We're
signing.
group 7.
I didn't do the signing. The signing was done for me.
Who the hell signed you?
I'm going to grin at him and then march toward the east gate.
Nubasai, come on, who signed you guys?
First time I'm hearing of this.
What? I'll see you around. All right. And he kind of walks off into a different area, different direction. Yolondriel, you are heading towards the western gate area.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
As I'm walking, Brolog, as you approach, you can hear this. I'm like, motherfucking Boy Scouts. They send me here. Like, fucking guy. And then you see, like, my tattoos are, like, flickering. They're like, bit, 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 bit. Like, turn it on and off.
There is... So you do notice eventually that Brolog is following you. You get to about the gate where your exit is fine. One of the more lavish individuals spots you and goes, "You're fine," and allows you to exit past the gates, the outer gates. The inner gates is less of a problem, but the outer gates is more of a problem. Brolog, you're stopped separately, but still allowed through, because you're far enough back still that you don't appear to be part of his group, or partied with him. Give me, both of you, unless you're doing anything in laundry or to talk to Brolog or anything therein, both of you give me a perception check.
Not at first, so we'll do that.
Okay.
15.
Brolog is trying to catch up and get beside him.
Okay. At this point,
I
you
allow
would be
this.
able to. You would be able
Yes.
to because the crowds are gone
Okay.
and the crowds are dead.
Okay.
So what was those perceptions?
Oh,
15.
15
15.
and 15? Okay. Following your laundrial for this Brolog, it's not too hard for you to see it as well, because they're similar silhouettes. But along what is a cliff face at this point to the beach, you see sitting down, there is an individual sitting on the cliff face, legs dangling over, a suit of armor standing perfectly still, a couple of feet back, and then a cloaked individual with a long metallic structure held within its hands, standing looking around. And the sun is beginning to set. You can hear very clearly the sound of the waves crashing on the shores and hitting the surface of the cliff face down below.
Okay, once I see this, I'm going to stand for a second, take a deep breath, let it out, and then turn to Brolog and say, well, this shouldn't become interesting, but I'm glad you're here if it does. Just keep quiet and try not to make the first move, please.
First move is the best, though.
Not in this situation.
Okay.
Okay, and then we press forward in that direction.
As you do, the cloaked figure holding the large metallic object, the cloak moves towards your direction. Doesn't do anything. Flinches the metallic structure and then moves it back.
We're going to walk up like this for the last, couple feet. And then I'm going to motion for Brolog to stay, the same amount of space back as that one guy in the cloak.
As far as you can tell, Brolog, the figure in the cloak is definitely fixated on you.
I sit down next to Emlar, right on that cliff face. I'm going to plop down with a...
The waves continue to crash below you. When you look over, it is a formal military dress. It's got an insignia and emblem of several stars On each collar, 3 individual stars. And he looks very similar to you. He's got tattoos up around his face, a little darker in skin, bright and vibrant brown eyes. He continues staring down at the ocean. I was wondering when I was going to see you.
Yeah, same here.
All that tells me is that the time is coming.
Exactly what the time entails, I'm still dark on, so maybe we could be honest with each other on this.
Of course. I'm in that same boat. I don't know what it is exactly, but I know it's there.
So are we supposed to help each other out in this, or not?
It depends. Where are you at? What do you know?
What do you mean? I know I'm supposed to go north.
Okay, no, it's
Given the
What do you remember?
3 pieces. Remember, island to the north, the small hut. I keep seeing the helmet. The Aarakocra. I don't know if you've noticed him. He has the belt.
Yeah, he's had that for a bit now.
As for the bracers, they're in the temple of Nar. Greaves, I have no idea. At least yet. And then, I'm guessing, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Piece 5, not including this bad boy, would be that. And I motion with my eyes to the amulet he has.
Which is still in the suit of armor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I got the amulet, so I know more naturally.
Tends to be the way it goes for me.
That sucks for me. You'll understand later.
Yeah, probably. You from this world or another one?
I'm from this one. Where are you from this time?
Daggerfem. Not really my choice. This whole thing.
Never is.
Yeah.
Well, you're gonna have to tell me about that place. There's a lot we need to catch up on. I'm
We
not
have the
sure.
time.
Yeah, that's the question, is the time. I'm not sure if this is the time just yet. Clearly, there are still some things you need to do. A few things you need to learn. Before
Yeah.
we can fully connect.
I know that you probably can't fight, considering the home field advantage you and your men have. I was hoping for some help with the Aarakocra, but it's going to be something I have to do on my own, I think.
You know, I thought about that myself. I knew he had the belt. I thought maybe there's a chance I could do it myself this time. No. Has to be you. I'm not destined for the pieces. You are.
Doesn't really feel like that sometimes.
He kind of nudges you in the shoulder. That's just the way Eshnar makes us feel.
He's a bit of a fucking prick.
He's an entirely fucking prick. But yeah, at the end of the day, we are only what we are because of him.
Yeah. I like the Celestial a little bit more than him.
You
Wasn't
know, you
really
just
his
said you like
choice, per
yourself,
se.
right?
Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna have a big grin on my face.
He smiles and looks back and says, "So, come on, give us something here." The individual holding the large metal object grabs a strap around it, throws it around its shoulder, and then walks away. Brolog, go ahead and give me a perception check. Not with advantage. There is no... Actually, yeah, with advantage. If you take it with advantage, let me know.
6. I
6?
did.
6.
You did? The wind is too strong for you to get a scent on this individual, so you cannot quite tell what's going on. Essentially, they are standing downhill of the wind. So they move over and produce...
Wait, what do they move?
They move over towards Yolandriel and Emlar and produce 2 bottles from the...
Prologue gets up closer as well.
Then they hand these bottles over. Yolandriel, you can give me a perception check at this point if you'd like as well.
18. I am rolling everything
18.
above 11 today. It is fucking ridiculous.
They are wearing gloves, but there are specific areas where skin would be exposed, and instead of skin, you see metallic structure. It hands these bottles over, then moves its arm back, and then walks back over to its place and assumes its position with its large metallic tubed... It's a sniper rifle. You would all know this.
Mhm.
But your
That's a
characters
gun.
would not. It's a gun.
Yeah.
Like structure inside its hands. Emlar takes this device from his vest area and pushes it in, pops out a cork, hands you the bottle, prepares it again,
I'll take
pushes it in, pops out a cork, looks back at you, Brolog, and I wasn't expecting company, but Esso's got another bottle if you want one.
Brolock, would you like one?
No, thank you. Has he handed it to Yolandriel yet?
He has handed one to Yolandriel, yes.
In that case, Prologue puts a hand on Yolandriel's shoulder and then takes a big long sniff of whatever this liquid is.
Give me a
Looking for
perception check.
problems.
Give me a perception or survival. Or nature. Nature. Perception or investigation or nature. Do with advantage, though, because you're doing it with your nose.
18.
It smells like a very beautifully brewed wine.
I have changed my mind. I would like some.
Esso's got some for you.
I love the consideration, Brolog, but I'm not Paraspidus. You don't need to be worried about me.
Prologue gives a double tap. Always be sure. And then it goes to the Esso guy for the wine.
That's why we keep you around.
Taps you on the arm and is like, yeah, you should listen to him. Always be sure. It's better safe than sorry.
Yeah, not really too concerned about that. I say as I completely just start going.
He looks at you and is like, and starts chugging with you.
Okay, I get about half of it down, and then I pull back.
Waits until you stop, gives it a couple more, then pulls down and is like, oh, expensive stuff, but still worth drinking.
Yeah. To be honest with you, Emlar, I don't like fighting anymore. That's not who I'm trying to be right now.
Give me an insight check.
14.
14. there's a certain something to his reaction that catches you instinctively off guard. As if you weren't expecting it but didn't know you weren't expecting it. Like he flinches away just minorly. Then he looks at you and... then you're fucked, man. We've got nothing but fighting ahead of us.
No, I mean in an arena.
Oh, shit.
Fighting, I don't care. It's been my life, but back in Daggerfam, you have to make choices you don't like to make sometimes. Especially when it comes to scheduled events in which people are betting on, and yeah. Didn't
Whenever
necessarily...
Brolo gets his wine, he chugs the whole thing.
I didn't necessarily get to the positions I was in back home by being honest.
Well, you're not at home anymore, are you?
Yeah, but this place... I'll be fucked if it doesn't remind me of it.
This place itself is fucked. It's up to us to make the change that it needs to happen. He looks down, gestures towards the beachfront, pointing specifically at a singular rock. Watch. Waves come in, crash along the shoreline. When they come back, the rock is split, moved into two. Our actions are nothing but waves on the shore, changing it with every motion. We don't know what we're gonna do. Only that we're here to do it. And whatever we decide those actions to be, that's going to directly affect what happens in the future. I can't tell you what to do. But I can tell you, not an enemy. He says this, beginning to stand up from the cliff face. Where you decide to stand is up to you, Yolandrio. At the end of the day, though, I don't want to hold on to these pieces. The only reason I want to find them is to give them to you. I want no part of this. He steps behind his armor, steps into it. It closes behind him. There is a flash of radiant energy. The armor lights up and begins to glow again. A soft glow comes from the bottom of his shoes, the back of himself, as he begins to float and fly off the ground. He goes over the edge, now over the ocean, and looks back at you. Wherever you decide, I hope it's for the best. I'm personally
so do
tired
I.
of this cycle.
Okay.
He
I kind of...
flies off.
I stay silent for a second, and then I turn to Brolog, and I say, does it always look that douchey when I do that?
To note,
Yes, 100%.
he didn't have wings. It was just a glow
Okay.
coming from his armor.
Mhm.
The individual next to you, Brolog, as soon as Emlar does this, he also begins to have a glow underneath his feet and flies off with Emlar.
Have a seat, Prologue. Let's enjoy the beach for a little while.
Very good. Down.
All right. You pass the time, and I finish my drink before we
Okay.
head back.
Zorai. Where did you head to? Just asking people around, asking around for gambling dens.
Kind of looking for the shady people.
This
that
guy,
are
this
similar.
gay.
Shady people. Okay, give me a perception check. And I'm assuming you're flying during this time? Okay.
22.
22. You find a few alleyways that seem appropriate for sketchy individuals. However, when you find one, you begin to try to start flying down towards it when you get stopped by another flying individual who spins around in your way, looks at you very excitedly and goes, Are you Zarai? You can ponder that question. Because Paraspidus, when you get back to the end, keep pondering. Keep pondering. Anubis, are you doing anything in particular?
I don't think tonight, no.
No.
I'll follow Paraspidus.
Okay. Paraspidus, do you retire to your room?
First intent was to find out where we are in the bracket for when we do the team battle. And then, yes, I was going to return to my room.
Takes you a bit, but you learn that for the team battle you were registered as Team 16, which is your first markup is against the Short Stacks, a team from Macloria who signed up as well.
Oh, good.
You are on the right side of the bracket as opposed to the left side. A diagram is handed to you, of which I will type out and send over to the note section of our Discord group.
Oh, perfect. Perfect.
Are we at the general sign-up area?
That would be the general sign-up area, yeah, when you learn all that.
What other events can be signed up for?
Well, thank you for asking. Let me just pull my book out here and let you know.
Since I know you prepared all this.
I did. The first event, which is starting the next day, is the obstacle course. It is a primarily dexterous or strength-based thing. It would be more focusing on your athletics or acrobatics type capabilities. If you win that one, there is a gold prize behind it. The second one would be your strength competition, purely strength and endurance, depending on how many things you can lift, like the weights behind it, what kind of things you can do with your strength. After that, there is marksman competition, so your ranged capabilities, what you can do with a general longbow. They supply the weapons themselves, they don't let you use whatever weapon you want. It is just a generic type weapon that is baseline for everyone, but it is acrobatic, your dexterous capabilities of shooting. Archery competition, so to speak. The day after that is a demonstration of mounted combat. So this would primarily be for a obstacle course type ability for individuals who have mounts. From there, the next day, this is before the individual competitions and the team competitions, is scheduled competitions of showing the demonstration of what General Latog is capable of doing, what General Kale is capable of doing, showing them off, because they know that having them part of the general competitions is unfair, because they're more capable, more learned than everyone else. They have specific fights designed for them, or specific challenges designed for them. The day after that is single competition, so one-on-one. There is a bracket system for that. Each individual, once they've completed a bracket, they can sign off and take the gold prize from there, or they can continue going and basically do a double or nothing type situation to earn even more gold and take the top prize at the end of it, which includes gaining an artifact. Team battles, it is a pure structured basis. You move up in your brackets, teams are eliminated if they lose, and you continue moving up. It is you learn at this point, you are already signed up, so you don't have to worry about this, but you learn that it is 1,000 gold sign-up fee to sign up for this. The individual brackets are 50 gold, and each competition therein is 50 gold to sign up for.
Someone's losing 1,000 gold off of us.
Rasputis.
Now that was
Can I have 100 gold?
Ooh.
I immediately handed Nubusai 100 gold.
Damn, it's that easy? Sorry, screwing up right now.
What are you signing up for?
Put me down for the strength in the individual.
Is there any flying competitions? Like
There are not.
flying drag races?
You can
So
fly
I could
for a
use-
minute. You ain't gonna
Exactly.
lose. You're gonna win.
It's a drag race.
Okay.
Who's fastest?
You are
I know I'm not
signed up
with them yet.
for the strength and individual. You were told to report the next day for whatever number you were given.
Okay. Thank you.
And Paraspidus mark 100 gold off your D&D Beyond.
You did.
Okay. Assumingly you go back to the Dancing Hare from there.
Yes.
Anubisai, what do you do in particular? Are you doing your typical statue mode in the standard area?
Try and, find somebody to talk to. Practice old Andrean.
Okay. It's not
And then
difficult
eventually
to,
just stand.
because the entire night there's people in it serving and whatnot. You see the bartender Orin never leaves. He's there the entire time, despite looking this blonde human type shape. But Paraspidus, when you get back into your room, you enter in and there's a bit of a foul odor inside your room. As you look by the window, yeah, I see that. So you look by
It's
the
the
window,
dog.
there is a familiar shape. A troll
Oh.
you've seen multiple times, Laszlo, sitting and staring out. And then Leaf, kind of kicking her legs, sitting on your bed, looks over at you and is like, "It's about time. Where have you been?"
I closed the door behind me. Opening ceremony, blood, checking where we were put in the brackets for the team battle.
Oh, yeah. I saw you were signed
Yeah.
up. Wait, you didn't sign up yourself?
No.
You'll have to tell me about that. Meantime, I've got some information for you. And I'm not sure you're
I
gonna
might
like
have
it.
some for you as well.
Well, and that's where we're going to pick up next week.
Woo! Hell yeah. That's some
So-
good RP, boys.
Oh, I love it.
Few
I've
little
been wanting this.
things from there. We've got, a few people waiting on some stuff with that. So, good time to pick up next time round. We've been going for a bit. Sorry about all the tech difficulties. I don't know what was going on with that. I typically don't have internet stuff like that. Might have just been a city type issue.
Bad day. Yep.
Bad day for it. Bad day for it. We'll figure that out. In the meantime, come back on Tuesday. We're going a little mad on Tuesday with Von, with Into the Madness, Act 1 on the 27th of July. And from there, you'll find out. Ultimately, we love you all. Thank you for coming
Yes.
here. And we'll see you next week. Till Sunday.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
year may have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go around. Tired and blurry you may be. We hope your minds are full from this revelry. May peace follow you out. May you return for more giggles and shouts.